institution in Africa, stands as a testament to this truth. With a presence that extends beyond borders, Zenith Bank has built a robust network of subsidiaries across key global markets, each one committed to upholding the bank's core value of excellence, integrity, and service.
Zenith Bank UK commenced operations over 17 years ago. We are based in the City of London, one of the world's leading financial centers. With our branch in Dubai, as well as the imminent commencement of our Paris branch, we are strategically positioned, in more respects than one, to deliver premium banking services to our clients whose needs are constantly evolving. In keeping with the group's ethos, Zenith Bank UK has vast expertise in several industries and business segments across various jurisdictions.
Zenith Bank UK Limited provides wholesale banking solutions to corporate entities, leveraging on trade and investment flows between Africa and other jurisdictions globally to offer intermediary banking solutions. The bank aims to remain relevant across the entire value chain of the business of corporate clients and offers an array of products and services to meet their banking requirements.
As a leading trade finance bank for Africa and the international hub for Zenith Bank Group, we provide exporters, importers, and financial institutions access to a vast network of correspondent banks. Our products include trade finance, term loans, and structured trade and commodity finance. We also partner with other financial institutions to co-finance trade transactions and syndicate loans.
Zenith Bank UK Wealth Management team assists high net worth clients with their wealth management solutions via our three core products, namely investment services. Secondly, buy-to-let investment mortgages, allowing clients access to properties in prime central London, Greater London, and 6 other cities in the UK. And thirdly, banking services, allowing our clients to hold multi-currency accounts and fixed deposits.
At Zenith Bank UK, we offer all the global trade products and much more. These include, but are not limited to, LC advising and confirmation, inward and outward collections, back-to-back letters of credit, LC discounting, bills of realization, standby letters of credit, and all the forms of guarantee.
Welcome to Zenith Bank UK's Dubai branch. We're the first Nigerian bank to be licensed by the DIFC and regulated by the DFSA. Over the past 3 years, we've created a solid platform to support various businesses across the region. We offer trade-related services to both our international and local clients. Contact us today to find out more.
In Sierra Leone, Zenith Bank is driving economic growth by providing exceptional non-oil export and trade support, empowering local businesses to thrive globally.
My name is Chijoke Hdemel. I'm the CEO of Zenith Bank Sierra Leone. Zenith Bank Sierra Leone Limited is 100% wholly owned by Zenith Bank PLC, Lagos, Nigeria. We've been in existence for about 16 years.
We are one of the most profitable banks in the nation. The nation has just about 14 banks in this country. We are one of the most profitable. Sierra Leone is a very beautiful economy, a lot of opportunities, has one of the best mineral deposits in the world. A lot of investors are coming here to invest, and then we're happy to associate and partner with this.
Mining is another major area, is the mainstay of foreign exchange earning in Sierra Leone. This is huge and upcoming. It's expected that the mining business will continue to grow based on the natural reserve, and the deposits of different kinds of minerals. In the areas of agriculture, food security, and agro-allied kind of business, the government is projecting that and investing a lot of funds, pumping a lot of funds into that area. The donor partners also investing a lot of that just to develop the agricultural, the food sectors in Sierra Leone, i.e. cocoa, coffee, and of course providing enough food to feed the teeming population. Zenith Bank itself, in the last 5 years, we've seen incredible growth in our deposits.
Now to meet your financial needs. Our trade services products are comprehensive and designed to facilitate smooth and seamless international transactions. These services include letters of credit, bills for collection, guarantees, open account payments, and tax. What sets us apart is our pioneering role in implementing the Pan-African payment and settlement system, also known as PAPS. PAPS is a revolutionary system that has simplified cross-border payment across Africa, making trade across the continent more efficient and cost-effective. Zenith Bank Ghana Limited also offers excellent trade advisory services. Our dedicated team of experts is always ready to engage with you, providing personalized advice to help you navigate the complexities of international trade. To know more about how our trade services can support your business, visit our website. We are your trusted partner for trade services. Talk to us today.
In the Gambia, Zenith Bank is committed to empowering businesses through excellent non-oil export and trade services, vastly contributing to the country's thriving economic landscape.
This is Zenith Bank Gambia, one of the leading banks in the smiling coast of Africa. We make everyday banking easy, reliable, and convenient. We're more than just a financial institution. We're committed to driving the economic growth of the Gambia with innovation and impact. Our trade finance solutions are crafted to support with international trade. We offer competitive prices, swift and dependable services. Our team of dedicated professionals are always ready to offer expert advice and help you thrive in the global market. Let's connect. Visit our website for more information and contact details. Reach out to us anytime. We are excited to zenith your business and reach new heights.
Zenith Bank's commitment across the globe is driving economic transformation, empowering businesses to reach new heights in non-oil exports and trade.
So join us as we partner with you to accelerate the pace with which we can add value to set your business apart. Welcome on board.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what could happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that, with our marine cargo and our marine hull policy.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plan at Zenith Insurance is that you can bury your worry over any item you have insured with us. We exist to support your best interest.
Oh boy! So the sneakers Genie has been looking for since last month. I'm sure he will sort boys out for finding it.
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Hello, I'm ZIVA. Let me help you with that.
Wow. What more can you do?
A lot. Let me show you. I can help you make payments at stores, restaurants, and even online.
Cool. Hello, bro. I need 50K loan. I'll pay back in a week.
I can help you transfer money to any bank account in Nigeria.
Convenient.
I can also help you open a Zenith bank account or reactivate your account if it's dormant. Check your account balance, restrict transactions, block your debit card, log dispense error, and lots more.
Wow. I found the shoes. And guy, you need to check out ZIVA.
Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alert Z phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Check it out.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hi, my name is Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So, whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
In today's interconnected world, financial strength and innovation knows no boundaries. Zenith Bank, a leading financial institution in Africa, stands as a testament to this truth. With a presence that extends beyond borders, Zenith Bank has built a robust network of subsidiaries across key global markets, each one committed to upholding the bank's core value of excellence, integrity, and service.
Zenith Bank UK commenced operations over 17 years ago. We are based in the City of London, one of the world's leading financial centers. With our branch in Dubai, as well as the imminent commencement of our Paris branch, we are strategically positioned, in more respects than one, to deliver premium banking services to our clients whose needs are constantly evolving. In keeping with the group's ethos, Zenith Bank UK has vast expertise in several industries and business segments across various jurisdictions.
Zenith Bank UK Limited provides wholesale banking solutions to corporate entities, leveraging on trade and investment flows between Africa and other jurisdictions globally to offer intermediary banking solutions. The bank aims to remain relevant across the entire value chain of the business of corporate clients and offers an array of products and services to meet their banking requirements.
As a leading trade finance bank for Africa and the international hub for Zenith Bank Group, we provide exporters, importers, and financial institutions access to a vast network of correspondent banks. Our products include trade finance, term loans, and structured trade and commodity finance. We also partner with other financial institutions to co-finance trade transactions and syndicate loans.
Zenith Bank UK Wealth Management team assists high net worth clients with their wealth management solutions via our three core products, namely investment services. Secondly, buy-to-let investment mortgages, allowing clients access to properties in prime central London, Greater London and 6 other cities in the UK. And thirdly, banking services, allowing our clients to hold multi-currency accounts and fixed deposits.
At Zenith Bank UK, we offer all the global trade products and much more. These include, but are not limited to, LC advising and confirmation, inward and outward collections, back-to-back letters of credit, LC discounting, bills of realization, standby letters of credit, and all the forms of guarantee.
Welcome to Zenith Bank UK's Dubai branch. We're the first Nigerian bank to be licensed by the DIFC and regulated by the DFSA. Over the past 3 years, we've created a solid platform to support various businesses across the region. We offer trade-related services to both our international and local clients. Contact us today to find out more.
In Sierra Leone, Zenith Bank is driving economic growth by providing exceptional non-oil export and trade support, empowering local businesses to thrive globally.
My name is Chijoke Hdemel. I'm the CEO of Zenith Bank Sierra Leone. Zenith Bank Sierra Leone Limited is 100% wholly owned by Zenith Bank PLC, Lagos, Nigeria. We've been in existence for about 16 years.
We are one of the most profitable banks in the nation. The nation has just about 14 banks in this country. We are one of the most profitable. Sierra Leone is a very beautiful economy, a lot of opportunities, has one of the best mineral deposits in the world. A lot of investors are coming here to invest, and then we are happy to associate and partner with it.
Mining is another major area, is the mainstay of foreign exchange earning in Sierra Leone. This is huge and upcoming. It's expected that the mining business will continue to grow based on the natural reserve, and the deposits of different kinds of minerals. In the areas of agriculture, food security, and agro-allied kind of business, the government is projecting that and investing a lot of funds, pumping a lot of funds into that area. The donor partners also investing a lot of that just to develop the agricultural, the food sectors in Sierra Leone, i.e. cocoa, coffee, and of course providing enough food to feed the teeming population. Zenith Bank itself, in the last 5 years, we've seen incredible growth in our deposits, in our loans and advances, in our profitability.
Zenith Bank Ghana is at the forefront of boosting non-oil exports and trade with unwavering support for local enterprises.
Welcome to Zenith Bank Ghana Limited, where we provide innovative and reliable banking services tailored to meet your financial needs. Our trade services products are comprehensive and designed to facilitate smooth and seamless international transactions. These services include letters of credit, bills for collection, guarantees, open account payments, and PAPs. What sets us apart is our pioneering role in implementing the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, also known as PAPs. PAPs is a revolutionary system that has simplified cross-border payment across Africa, making trade across the continent more efficient and cost-effective. Zenith Bank Ghana Limited also offers excellent trade advisory services. Our dedicated team of experts is always ready to engage with you, providing personalized advice to help you navigate the complexities of international trade. To know more about how our trade services can support your business, visit our website. We are your trusted partner for trade services. Talk to us today.
In the Gambia, Zenith Bank is committed to empowering businesses through excellent non-oil export and trade services, vastly contributing to the country's thriving economic landscape.
This is Zenith Bank Gambia, one of the leading banks in the smiling coast of Africa. We make everyday banking easy, reliable, and convenient. We're more than just a financial institution. We're committed to driving the economic growth of the Gambia with innovation and impact. Our trade finance solutions are crafted to support both import and export activities, fueling the growth of the nation's economy. With export contributing 6.7% of our GDP, Zenith Gambia is passionate about doubling that figure. We are proud to facilitate the key Gambian products export, which is fish, cashew, peanuts, cotton, and pepper. Export destinations are Mali, a landlocked country, Guinea-Bissau, and Senegal. Our trade finance offerings include letters of credit, backed by our esteemed subsidiaries to ensure robust guarantees for the global trade. These services are designed to help eliminate the supply and payment risk associated with international trade. We offer competitive prices, swift and dependable services. Our team of dedicated professionals are always ready to offer expert advice and help you thrive in the global market. Let's connect. Visit our website for more information and contact details. Reach out to us anytime. We are excited to zenith your business and reach new heights.
Zenith Bank's commitment across the globe is driving economic transformation, empowering businesses to reach new heights in non-oil exports and trade.
So join us as we partner with you to accelerate the pace with which we can add value to set your business apart. Welcome on board.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hello. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We crave your indulgence. We'll be commencing in approximately 5 minutes. So please, you may finish all your courtesies and greetings and begin to settle down. We'll just like to apologize to our online guests as well. The proceedings will commence in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what can happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that, with our marine cargo and our marine cargo.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plan and the Zenith Insurance is that you can bury your worry over any item you have insured with us. We exist to support your best interest.
Oh boy! So this sneakers Gina has been looking for since last month. I'm sure he'll sort boys out for finding it.
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Hello, I'm ZIVA. Let me help you with that.
What more can you do?
A lot. Let me show you. I can help you make payments at stores, restaurants, and even online.
Cool. Hello, bro. I need 50K loan. I'll pay back in a week.
I can help you transfer money to any bank account in Nigeria.
Convenient.
I can also help you open a Zenith Bank account or reactivate your account if it's dormant. Check your account balance, restrict transactions, block your debit card, log dispense error, and lots more.
Found the shoes. And guy, you need to check out ZIVA.
Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your alerty phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians online, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hi, my name is Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobia. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
In today's interconnected world, financial strength and innovation knows no boundaries. Zenith Bank, a leading financial institution in Africa, stands as a testament to this truth. With a presence that extends beyond borders, Zenith Bank has built a robust network of subsidiaries across key global markets, each one committed to upholding the bank's core value of excellence, integrity, and service.
Zenith Bank UK commenced operations over 17 years ago. We are based in the City of London, one of the world's leading financial centers. With our branch in Dubai, as well as the imminent commencement of our Paris branch, we are strategically positioned, in more respects than one, to deliver premium banking services to our clients whose needs are constantly evolving. In keeping with the group's ethos, Zenith Bank UK has vast expertise in several industries and business segments across various jurisdictions.
Zenith Bank UK Limited provides wholesale banking solutions to corporate entities, leveraging on trade and investment flows between Africa and other jurisdictions globally to offer intermediary banking solutions. The bank aims to remain relevant across the entire value chain of the business of corporate clients and offers an array of products and services to meet their banking requirements.
As a leading trade finance bank for Africa and the international hub for Zenith Bank Group, we provide exporters, importers, and financial institutions access to a vast network of correspondent banks. Our products include trade finance, term loans, and structured trade and commodity finance. We also partner with other financial institutions to co-finance trade transactions and syndicate loans.
Zenith Bank UK Wealth Management team assists high net worth clients with their wealth management solutions via our three core products, namely investment services, secondly buy-to-let investment mortgages allowing clients access to properties in prime central London, Greater London and 6 other cities in the UK, and thirdly banking services allowing our clients to hold multi-currency accounts and fixed deposits.
At Zenith Bank UK, we offer all the global trade products and much more. These include, but are not limited to, LC advising and confirmation, inward and outward collections, back-to-back letters of credit, LC discounting, bills of realization, standby letters of credit, and all the forms of guarantee.
Welcome to Zenith Bank UK's Dubai branch. We're the first Nigerian bank to be licensed by the DIFC and regulated by the DFSA. Over the past 3 years, we've created a solid platform to support various businesses across the region. We offer trade-related services to both our international and local clients. Contact us today to find out more.
In Sierra Leone, Zenith Bank is driving economic growth by providing exceptional non-oil export and trade support, empowering local businesses to thrive globally.
My name is Chijoke Hdemel. I'm the CEO of Zenith Bank Sierra Leone. Zenith Bank Sierra Leone Limited is 100% wholly owned by Zenith Bank PLC, Lagos, Nigeria. We've been in existence for about 16 years.
We're one of the most profitable banks in the nation. The nation has just about 14 banks in this country. We are one of the most profitable. Sierra Leone is a very beautiful economy, a lot of opportunities, has one of the best mineral deposits in the world. A lot of investors are coming here to invest, and then we're happy to associate and partner with it.
Mining is another major area. It's the mainstay of foreign exchange earning in Sierra Leone. This is huge and upcoming. It's expected that the mining business will continue to grow based on the natural reserve, and the deposits of different kinds of minerals. In the areas of agriculture, food security, and agro-allied kind of business, the government is projecting that and investing a lot of funds, pumping a lot of funds into that area. The donor partners also investing a lot of that just to develop the agricultural, the food sectors in Sierra Leone, i.e. cocoa, coffee, and of course providing enough food to feed the teeming population. Zenith Bank itself, in the last 5 years, we've seen incredible growth in our deposits, in our loans and advances, in our profitability.
Zenith Bank Ghana is at the forefront of boosting non-oil exports and trade with unwavering support for local enterprises.
Welcome to Zenith Bank Ghana Limited, where we provide innovative and reliable banking services tailored to meet your financial needs. Our trade services products are comprehensive and designed to facilitate smooth and seamless international transactions. These services include letters of credit, bills for collection, guarantees, open account payments, and PAPs. What sets us apart is our pioneering role in implementing the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, also known as PAPs. PAPs is a revolutionary system that has simplified cross-border payment across Africa, making trade across the continent more efficient and cost-effective. Zenith Bank Ghana Limited also offers excellent trade advisory services. Our dedicated team of experts is always ready to engage with you, providing personalized advice to help you navigate the complexities of international trade. To know more about how our trade services can support your business, visit our website. We are your trusted partner for trade services. Talk to us.
In the Gambia, Zenith Bank is committed to empowering businesses through excellent non-oil export and trade services, vastly contributing to the country's thriving economic landscape.
This is Zenith Bank Gambia, one of the leading banks in the smiling coast of Africa. We make everyday banking easy, reliable, and convenient. We're more than just a financial institution. We're committed to driving the economic growth of the Gambia with innovation and impact. Our trade finance solutions are crafted to support both import and export activities, fueling the growth of the nation's economy. With export contributing 6.7% of our GDP, Zenith Gambia is passionate about doubling that figure. We are proud to facilitate the key Gambian products export, which is fish, cashew, peanuts, cotton, and pepper. Export destinations are Mali, a landlocked country, Guinea-Bissau, and Senegal. Our trade finance offerings include letters of credit, backed by our esteemed subsidiaries to ensure robust guarantees for the global trade. These services are designed to help eliminate the supply and payment risk associated with international trade. We offer competitive prices, swift and dependable services. Our team of dedicated professionals are always ready to offer expert advice and help you thrive in the global market. Let's connect. Visit our website for more information and contact details. Reach out to us anytime. We are excited to zenith your business and reach new heights.
Zenith Bank's commitment across the globe is driving economic transformation, empowering businesses to reach new heights in non-oil exports and trade.
So join us as we partner with you to accelerate the pace with which we can add value to set your business apart. Welcome on board.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Insurance means peace of mind, whether you're an importer or a vessel owner. There are many risks at sea, and there's no telling what could happen to your cargo or your vessel during transit. You need a backup plan, and Zenith Insurance is here to provide just that, with our marine cargo and our marine hold.
Whatever is of value to you, your life, your family, your business, your assets, they are always protected. The beautiful thing about our insurance plan.
Last one. I'm sure he will sort boys out for finding it.
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Hello, I'm ZIVA. Let me help you with that.
What more can you do?
A lot. Let me show you. I can help you make payments at stores, restaurants, and even online.
Cool. Hello, bro. I need 50K loan. I'll pay back in a week.
I can help you transfer money to any bank account in Nigeria.
Convenient.
I can also help you open a Zenith bank account or reactivate your account if it's dormant. Check your account balance, restrict transactions, block your debit card, log dispense error, and lots more.
Found the shoes. And guy, you need to check out ZIVA.
Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alerty phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Check it out.
Are you interested in getting your products or services to more people, expanding your business, becoming more profitable, and a leader in your industry? If yes, then simply open a Zenith Bank SME Grow My Business account and get the extra edge you need. Access loans at competitive rates, get a free business website, free listing on Google My Business to make your offerings visible to over 100 million Nigerians aligned, free digital trainings on effective marketing techniques, access to business tools to improve operational efficiency, and so much more. Visit any of our branches today to get your Grow My Business account or www.zenithbank.com/SME to learn more.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hi, my name is Wazobia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me, I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts.
Voila! This is us, the Wazobias.
So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Where's your mic?
No, I don't have a mic, remember? We're using this.
No. We can start with this. Please get your mic here.
So you're going to use that?
No, I'll use both. We'll be okay.
Are they ready to play the national anthem? Are you sure?
Yeah. Okay, I see the people usually also.
I see her. She's here. She has arrived. She is in the building.
That's his own.
Well, the mic can actually collect my voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for our Empress. ZB Trade Seminar 2020. ZB Trade Seminar 2020. Hey, I remember that guy. He was the Lagos State government. Guy in the grey suit. He was with me at the Sterling One Foundation. Maybe we should go back and sit down until she comes back. Because we're starting to work fun. What do you do with the other mic? So we're going to take them with us to our seats?
Yes, because so that we don't want the speakers to actually pick them up.
So the chairman is definitely not here.
Yeah, but
and I had this
that was
thing to say about how awesome he is.
Yes, but you can still talk about it.
Right before he comes on?
Yeah, because they might show the video a bit later in the proceedings, so you probably need to.
Yeah, but the video has to be introduced though. The video has to be.
Yeah, but we don't know if there's a video yet. So.
That's very interesting. Okay, look, we gotta go sit down. She's not, when she comes back.
Let me just see.
Between your weight heels, you have to be 6 foot.
I think about 6'1". Without heels,
You're making me look short. I don't even know if I think
Check out ZIVA.
Simply save the number 0704 000 4422 on your Alerty phone line and say hi to me on WhatsApp to get started. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Check it out.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the 9th Zenith Bank International Trade Seminar on Non-Oil Exports. I'm Rolake Akinkube-Fulani.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rhoda Sodiri, host of the Global Business Report on Arise News. And I'd like to ask you all to please rise at this time as we take our national anthem. Thank you all. You may be seated. See how prepared Zenith Bank is? They're the only organization that has the words to the national anthem, because I don't know them yet. So thank you, Zenith Bank, for you get a round of applause for that, putting the words there. National anthem karaoke. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a few safety protocols. In the unlikely event of a fire, we have exits around the room and also ushers that will guide you safely outside of this lovely building. Rolake.
Thank you very much, Rotus. His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medibem, the Commissioner for Trade and Investment, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, represented by Engineer Adebi Adegbenro Michael, the Director of Agribusiness and Market Development, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, His Excellency, Governor Abba K. Yusuf of Kano State, represented by the Special Advisor on State Affairs, Mr. Usman Bala Mohammed, and the Honorable Commissioner of Finance and Economic Development, Alhaji Ibrahim Jibril Fag. His Excellency, Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Finance of Zamfara State, Alhaji Bello Alta. The chairman and founder of Zenith Bank PLC, Dr. Jim Ovia CFR, we honor him in his absence. He may join us later. We'll wait and see. The group managing director and chief executive officer of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umelji OON. Directors of Zenith Bank PLC, our distinguished keynote speakers, Mr. Segun Awolowo, National Coordinator, National Action Committee of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and Alhaji Abba Bello, the Managing Director of Nexim Bank. Distinguished panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome again to the 9th International Trade Seminar on Non-Oil Exports by Zenith Bank PLC.
We also want a warm welcome to our virtual audience joining us from around the world. Hashtag, of course, is ZB Trade Seminar 2024. This, of course, is being broadcast live on the Zenith Bank YouTube page, for youtube.com/Zenith Bank. Also on Twitter @Zenith Bank and on Instagram @Zenith Bank PLC. So a warm welcome to our audience online, and you can also participate, send questions to our panelists online as well. Rolake, why are we here?
We're here because we've been on a journey as a bank, and you would have seen the exhibition stands on the outside with different exhibitors, SMEs, and exporters showcasing their goods and services. But we've been on a journey. We're in the 9th year In year one, which was 2014, we redefined the future of international trade in Nigeria. What did we do in 2016?
In 2016, there was, yes, a recession, but we did bounce back and speak a lot about how the non-oil sector can be supported by government policies.
And then in 2019, the theme was emerging opportunities. We looked at financing, and that was the year after the launch of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area.
Historic, incredibly historic.
Indeed, but shortly after, in 2020, what happened?
We had COVID-19 and unfortunately another recession, but the Zenith Bank, of course, did put together a forum that discussed how non-oil exporters can bounce back post-COVID.
And of course, in 2021, we continued with the theme of intra-regional trade and oil exports. And of course, in 2022, what happened?
Well, in 2022, we continued supporting non-oil exporters and also telling them how they can take advantage of more trade policies that can boost exports.
And of course, 2023 was actually a really big and strategic one for Zenith Bank because that was the year the bank signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area for the development of a digital portal for trade, the Smart After portal. And today, we're in 2024.
And the giant is going to rise again. Round of applause.
Indeed, we're awakening the giant in 2024 because the sector is indeed on a rise, but it has so much more potential. And speaking of potential, the Nigeria Export Promotion Council talked about the, I think, half-year results around non-oil exports.
$2.7 billion in the first half of 2024, which is about, I think, a 5 or 6% growth from where we were in 2023. So about 2.5 billion. So yes, there was a devaluation, which makes our exports more affordable, but still, it's on a growth trajectory.
Indeed, and speaking of the NNPC, we have here today, representing Mrs. Nonye Ayeni, the DG of the NNPC. We have Dr. Joe Ita, the Director of Trade Information Department at the NNPC. You're welcome, sir. Thanks for joining us. Rotus.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a whole lot that we're going to be taking care of today. There's going to be a panel discussion on a number of issues to help our exporters. But I do want to mention, of course, as Rolake has talked about, the exhibitors that are out there. Yesterday on the Rise News, we had a representative from Taiwan who was talking about how Taiwan wants to boost bilateral trade relations with Nigeria. This is not that much of a big country. Taiwan has about 23 million people. However, its GDP is over $750 billion. So if you are an SME that's here, part of who is on display outside this building, you want to take advantage of letters of credit, hand-holding to be able to boost your trade relations with a nation like Taiwan, and that is what Zenith Bank has been doing for a whole number of years, and we're going to be getting into that very much into this morning through the afternoon. So a lot to look forward to.
And indeed, and one of the other really important things in this season is that Zenith Bank is in the market to raise capital.
That's right.
And a key part of our equity story is our export and trade finance capabilities, which you'll be hearing a lot more about later. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker. It is her first appearance as Group Managing Director, CEO at the Zenith Bank International Trade Seminar. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to invite to deliver the welcome address the Group Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank PLC, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoji OON. A round of applause for her as she comes up. Please keep clapping. Please keep your applause going as we usher her onto the stage to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, I always love it when Rolake establishes the protocol, so I can stand on it. Thank you very much, Rolake, for establishing the protocol. I can see we have a big house today, a very large house. For us, the non-oil exports is very, very important for us in Zenith Bank. So I am delighted to welcome you to the 9th edition of this International Trade Seminar of Non-Oil Exports. The theme for this year is Non-Oil Export Industry, Awakening the Giant. This is an opportunity for us to awaken that giant that is in Zenith, that is in Nigerian economy. And Zenith Bank is poised to collaborate with all the non-oil export customers and clients and stakeholders to be able to awaken this giant. This seminar has acted as Nigeria's most strategic export platform, gathering non-oil export stakeholders interact, discover opportunities, and proffer solutions to the challenges that exist in this sector. Some recommendations from this previous edition have formed valuable inputs for government policies on trade and non-oil exports. My predecessor, Dr. Benizo Onyago, enumerated some of these policies in this last seminar. And this is actually the 9th edition of this seminar. We've had this seminar for the past 9 years. Nigeria is blessed with very wide variety of exportable natural resources. However, the contribution of non-oil export to both GDP and total exports is still very low. The highest in recent years was 1.73% in 2019, and in 2023, the contribution was just 1.34%. Crude oil and natural gas continue to dominate Nigerian exports, accounting for 89.55% of total exports, while total value of non-oil exports produce in Q1 of 2024 accounted for just 10% of total exports. The over-reliance of these single natural resources has led to the underutilization of the non-oil segment despite our numerous potentials. For instance, most states in Nigeria have one or more important natural resources in abundance. And let me try and highlight some of the major natural resources that existed in most of the geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Just some of it, not most of it, because a lot of it exists, just to mention a few. For the Southeast, they produce exportable qualities of cowpeas, cassava, oil palm, limestone, and coal, amongst many others. For the South is mainly for timber and seafood. And in the Southwest, we have cocoa, cashew, and rubber. North Central is blessed with cashew nuts, granules, cotton, and solid minerals like lithium, marble, iron ore, and amongst others. That's for the North Central. The Northwest is known for hides and skin, cotton, ginger, shea butter, and other natural resources. And I'm happy Zamfara is here today because they are very known for their gold as well as diamonds. Northeast exports groundnuts, beans, shea butter, and minerals as well as limestone. All these resources exist in large commercial quantities and are a great economic value, presenting huge opportunity for local and foreign investors. In Q1 of 2024, Nigeria's exports in the agri sector were mainly on processed and raw commodities. Nigeria is one of the largest producers of cocoa. I'm happy Alhaji is sitting down here today. I went to visit his factory. What I saw was amazing. However, today, despite Nigeria being one of the largest producers of cocoa, total export earning from cocoa in 2023 was only $815 million compared to $6.4 billion of Germany, the largest exporters of chocolate. Germany is the largest exporters of chocolate. They don't produce cocoa, but they always export chocolates. And we get these raw materials to them, and they turn it into finished products, and that's why they're making this huge amount of money. It is critical to mention that Germany is not a producer of cocoa, but rather imports cocoa beans, which is processed into chocolates for export. This shows that we have tremendous untapped opportunities in the entire non-oil segment of the industry. This can be harnessed more if we are focused more on it, committed to it, and have conscious effort to drive the non-oil segment of this economy by converting most of these raw materials into finished products. Like our visionary leader and chairman, Dr. Jimovia, he was here in the 7th edition of this seminar. He's still going to join us today because he went to Abuja for a quick meeting. He mentioned in that seminar that globally, most valuable companies like Apple, Microsoft, and Google are in sectors other than oil, which underscores the potential for Nigeria if we are to focus on innovation and production in various sectors of economy, especially in agri and technology. It has tremendous opportunity for growth for the economy. We will still continue to appreciate him for his leadership, for his insight in actually initiating this seminar we are having today. Thank you very much, our founder and chairman. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Our theme today, Awakening the Giant, speaks directly to the untapped potentials within the oil segment, non-oil segment of the economy and how to optimize them. This involves the increase in number and volume of exportable non-oil items, value addition in exportable items into finished products. Increasing the number and volume of exportable non-oil products implies more business for us, our esteemed exporters, as well as it increased foreign exchange earnings in the country. In addition, this sector will drive employment, generate more work for the youth, because today, as we speak, 60% of Nigerian population are youths. And out of the 233 million Nigerian population, we have just 60%, a lot number, 60% are youths. And if we're able to do more in this export sector, we'll be able to give them more jobs and make sure they are more gainfully employed. Zenith Bank has developed initiatives, different initiatives by financing this sector. For instance, Zenith Bank contributed to collaborate with Nigerian Export Promotion Council to train and retrain non-oil exporters. We have a program called Zero to Hero program, which we have successfully trained and financed over 100 entrepreneurs in export business, export business. The Zenith Bank Grow Your Business, SME Grow Your Business, is also a well-tailored product which helps SME achieve visibility in the market and grow exponentially. We have Zenpay, a subsidiary of Zenith Bank, which we recently collaborated with Smart After. This is African Continental Trade Area, to launch a state-of-the-art tailored portal designed to enhance trade across all African countries. We believe by the time this portal is concluded, it will enhance and facilitate trade for the non-oil exporters in the African continent. As a testament to the success of all these Zenith Bank initiatives, at the end of 2023 financial year, over 40% of all non-oil export transactions in Nigeria, amounting to $1.8 billion, were processed through Zenith Bank. The sustainable growth of Nigerian economy lies in harnessing her strength in the non-oil sector. To awaken the giant, we must increase the number and volume of export products we have in Nigeria. We also need to add value to our exports by processing them into finished goods, thereby creating massive job opportunities for the Nigerian youths. Zenith is committed to being at the forefront of these efforts. As the best and largest bank in Nigeria, we will continue to finance and support the non-oil segment of this economy. This we will continue to do because it will facilitate jobs, attract foreign direct investments, as well as contribute to the growth and diversification of Nigerian economy. Zenith Bank is the best bank in customer engagement and service delivery. I therefore encourage all existing and prospective non-oil stakeholders to be part of this Zenith Bank success story, which is anchored on people, technology, and service. Zenith Bank is the only bank that is always in your best interest. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands together to awaken this giant in non-oil sector of the economy. Thank you very much.
Please want to invite Zenith Bank's executive directors to please come take a photograph with the GMD CEO. Also, our keynote speakers as well. If you can come on stage to take a quick photo with the GMD. If you have their names, you can call them. Yes, the keynote speakers. And our keynote speaker as well, Mr. Bello. And Mr. Wolowo, yes, please.
Hello, may we also kindly request a picture with our executive directors and just our two keynote speakers as well. So we'll have Mr. Segun Awolowo and Alhaji Ababelo, as well as our executive directors and our GMD on stage. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is going to feature heavily today, and so it's going to be time for our Goodwill messages. First up is the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari. He is ably represented by Engineer Adebiyi Adegbenro Michael, who is the Director, Agribusiness and Market Development. So a round of applause for him as he comes up for his Goodwill message. In the interest of time, we do ask that the Goodwill messages are short and sweet. Thank you.
Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Engineer Adebiyi. I'm Director of Agribusiness and Market Development of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in Abuja. I'm here to represent the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, who for his exigencies of office and many official assignments at this period will not be able to be present here. And he has mandated me as Director of Agribusiness, because what we're also talking here, the crux of this matter is also to do with agribusinesses. So he has mandated me to represent him in this August gathering. So I just want to read his short address. So address delivered by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, at Zenith Bank's 2024 Non-Oil Export Seminar this day. So I've generated laugh. So thank you. So we are doing the business together. So this event is coming at a time when His Excellency, Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu, the President of the country, has declared food emergency in the country. At a time where we are yearning for diversification of economy. So this event is very apt and it's very good at this time. And I want to thank the organizer of this program, the Zenith Bank, who has thought outside the box to organize this program at this time. You will aware that with the land resources, the abundant land resources we have in the country, the water bodies, and our large vegetation, suitable vegetation, agriculture is a avenue for investment to achieve export-led economy and to diversify economy. So in considering that, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture has, through the Renew Hope agenda, has designed a lot of programs and projects so that we'll be able to achieve non-oil exports. We'll be able to diversify our economy. We'll be able to achieve food security and also promote income generation. Part of which is that the ministry is promoting dry season farming so that to ensure that the farmers will be able to farm all year round. All year round. Then we're also promoting what we call green imperative. The green imperative is to see that tractors are made available through PPP to farmers. So we order, because of time, we have other distribution of farm input, establishment of large-scale integrated rice mill, and some, because of time, and some other projects. So I want to let you know that the ministry is ready to cooperate with any organization just like this Zenith Bank and any private sector to boost the economy through agriculture and to develop export-led economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, up next, Kano State. And again, we do want to keep this very brief, just about a minute. His Excellency, Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf, who is ably represented by the Special Advisor on State Affairs, Usman Bala Mohammed. Round of applause. All right.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The Group Managing Director, Zenith Bank PLC, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. Let me begin by conveying the message of felicitation of His Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, Engineer Abba Kabir Yusuf. He had wished to be here personally to grace this important occasion because of the importance he attaches to diversification of the economy of Nigeria, but because of intervening state matters He is unavoidably absent, but his spirit is overwhelmingly with us. So I'll read his keynote message to this gathering. He said, I'm honored to be part of this noble gathering as we explore the crucial role of economic diversification and expansion of the Nigerian non-oil export sector. This timely initiative, organized by Zenith Bank, brings together stakeholders dedicated to the pursuit of sustainable growth and development of Nigeria. At the heart of this conversation lies Kano State, a historically significant economic hub in northern Nigeria. Our state has a huge and long-relied history of agricultural pursuit, commerce, manufacturing, and other trades. And today we are more committed, more than ever, to diversifying our economy and contributing to Nigeria's broader economic transformation. Kano State is uniquely positioned to play a pivotal role in Nigeria's economic diversification efforts. Our strengths begin with agriculture, which has been the cornerstone of our economy for decades. As one of Nigeria's largest producers of crops, such as millet, groundnut, sorghum, sesame, seed, Kano agricultural sector has a strong base that we are leveraging for diversification. We are investing heavily in modern farming techniques, mechanization, and irrigation projects to boost productivity. The state leadership in agricultural production is further underscored by the recent National Agricultural Sample Census report by the National Bureau for Statistics, which placed Kano State at the leading role. However, diversification is not just about increasing crop yields, it is about value addition. Through strategic investment in agro-processing, we are converting raw agricultural products into finished goods, creating jobs and enhancing local consumption. This positions Kano as a key player in the international and national markets, strengthening our economic resilience. In addition, by developing special economic zones equipped with reliable infrastructure, such as power, water, and security, we are laying a groundwork for further industrial growth and investor confidence. Manufacturing is another area where Kano State has significant strategic advantages. Historically recognized for our leadership in textile, leather works, and other locally produced goods, we are revitalizing our manufacturing sector to support Nigerians' non-oil export strategy. We are providing incentives such as tax breaks, access to credit facilities like those being done by Zenith Bank, and support for other local manufacturers, ensuring that these industries not only survive but thrive. Our commitment to reviving moribund industries and establishing new ones in textile, leather processing, food production is vital for both state and the national economic diversification. Kano's relative peace and strategic location as the hub of the northern Nigerian economy make it an attractive destination for foreign and local investors. We are also creating an enabling environment through initiatives like the State Committee for Revitalization of Industries. With robust infrastructure development, including the construction of new roads and railways to ease movement of goods and people, we are fostering a conducive atmosphere for industrial growth, further positioning Kano at a center for manufacturing excellence. However, due to fully realize our potentials, we must address certain challenges that hamper our competitiveness in the non-oil export. Issues such as congestion, inefficient custom processes, inadequate transportation networks, High costs particularly affect businesses not only in Kano, but in other inland regions. That is why I advocate for comprehensive port reforms, including modernizing infrastructure, streamlining custom procedures, and adapting digital technologies to reduce export delays and costs. The establishment of inland container depots and dry ports in strategic locations like Kano will ease seaport congestion and facilitate easier access to export and market. Already Kano State has established the Dale Inland Dry Port, which is a port of origin and destination. The only encumbrance the port is facing is lack of effective rail line to connect the transportation of goods coming and going out of the country. By aligning our export diversification strategies with global market trends and standards, and leveraging opportunities such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, we can significantly expand Nigerians' non-oil export to African market and beyond. Moreover, by promoting value addition in key sectors like agriculture and manufacturing, we enhance the quality and competitiveness of our products in the international markets. A collaborative approach is quite essential to achieving these goals. I call for stronger partnership between the federal state governments, the private sector, financial institutions, and other stakeholders to drive non-oil export growth. Financial institutions, particularly Zenith Bank, have a crucial role in providing export financing, advisory services, and capacity building support to businesses. We must also focus on capacity building initiatives to equip local producers, manufacturers, and exporters with the skills and knowledge needed to compete globally. Kano State remains committed to supporting and enhancing Nigeria's non-oil exports by broader economic diversification efforts. By leveraging on our strategic advantages, addressing current challenges, and implementing necessary reforms, we can unlock the full potentials of the Nigerian economy. Together, we can transform Kano into a beacon of economic resilience and sustainability, contributing to Nigeria's goal of becoming a global leader in the non-oil export and fostering sustainable economic development for generations to come. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Special Advisor on State Affairs from the Zamfara State Government, from the Kano State Government, I beg your pardon, Mr. Usman Bala Mohammed. This year, more than any previous year, one of the things that our group MD and GMD and CEO was really keen about is female representation. This year, more than any other year, we have a total of 5 female speakers across this entire morning and afternoon. And she is a champion of women's empowerment and equity in the workplace. So it's quite fitting that the next speaker is representing His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medebem. She's the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade, and Investment. I'd like to welcome her now to please give her goodwill message. Oh, okay. Zamfara. Okay. Okay, I've been told we're doing Zamfara first. Okay, so we have representing His Excellency, the Governor of Zamfara State, Mr. Dauda Lawal, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance of Zamfara State, Alhaji Bello Alta. I'd like to welcome him to please give his goodwill message. A round of applause, please. I'm told he's not yet in the room, so I'll go back to welcoming one of our leading female public servants, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medebem, the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment for Lagos State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State. A round of applause for her as she comes on. Please keep clapping. It's a long walk from that end of the stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Before I deliver Mr. Governor's speech, I'm very happy to be here. It was interesting because when we were walking around the stands, I kept asking, made in Lagos, made in Lagos? I can guarantee you at the 10th edition, there'll be a lot from made in Lagos. So I'll quickly go through the protocol before I deliver Mr. Governor's speech. As you all know, he's in China and with His Excellency the President, ensuring that Made in Lagos is represented there too. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, represented by Engineer Adebi Michael, His Excellency Abdullahi Sule, Governor of Nasarawa State, His Excellency the Governor Abba K. Yusuf of Kano State, His Excellency Governor Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State, the Chairman and Founder of Zenith Bank PLC, Dr. Jim Ovia CFR, the Group Managing Director and CEO, Dame Dr. Adora Umeoyi, OON, Directors of Zenith Bank, our distinguished keynote speakers, Mr. Segun Awolowo, National Coordinator, National Action Committee AFTA, and Alhaji Abba Bello, MD Nexim Bank, distinguished panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen of the press. I'd like to deliver the goodwill message by His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the financial sector, leaders of industry, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and profound commitment to the economic future of our state and nation that I join you today at this pivotal gathering, Zenith Bank's 2024 Export Seminar. The theme, Nigeria's non-oil export, Awakening the Giant, marks not just a discussion, but the beginning of a transformative journey towards sustainable economic diversification and inclusive growth for Nigeria. As we stand at the threshold of a new era, it is crucial to reflect on Nigeria's journey over the past decades. Our reliance, as you heard what the great Group MD mentioned, our reliance on oil as the cornerstone of our economy has brought both prosperity and challenges. While it has fueled our development, it has also exposed us to the volatility of global markets and highlighted the urgent need for economic diversification. Today, we have a unique opportunity to reawaken the vast potential of our non-oil export sector, a sector that holds the promise of a more resilient, inclusive, and prosperous future. This seminar's theme resonates deeply with the strategic objectives of the Lagos State Development Plan 2052 and our Themes Plus development agenda. Our vision in Lagos is to transform it into Africa's model megacity and a global economic and financial powerhouse hub that is resilient, inclusive, and economically vibrant. The task before us is immense, but so too is our potential. In Lagos, we are acutely aware of the critical need to diversify our economy. The Lagos State Development Plan 2052 is not just a document, it is a blueprint for the future, where Lagos is a beacon of economic prosperity, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. As we navigate the complexities of the 21st century, the 21st global economy, we are committed to building a diversified and resilient economy that can withstand external shocks and provide a stable foundation for growth and development. Our administration has taken decisive steps to position Lagos as the engine of Nigerian non-oil growth. We have prioritized sectors that offer the greatest potential for export diversification, including agriculture, manufacturing, creative industries, and services, and most importantly, the strategic development of the Lekki Free Trade Zone. Agriculture remains the bedrock of our non-oil export strategy. Lagos State, despite being Nigeria's smallest state by landmass, is committed to maximizing the use of its available arable land through innovative agricultural practices and strategic partnerships. You'll be interested to know that in Ekpe, along the Ekpe axis, we are developing the biggest agricultural logistics center, which includes the cold chain facility, and will essentially ensure that we're set up for success. And it's actually built along, and I think it's about 100 hectares of land on which it's built. Our focus is on value addition, transforming raw agricultural products into finished goods. For instance, Lagos State is rapidly becoming a hub for the processing of coconuts, cocoa, cashew nuts, palm oil, and sesame seeds. These products, when processed and packaged to international standards, can significantly boost our export revenues and create thousands of jobs for our citizens, thousands more, I'm sure, when we start to collaborate more with Zenith Bank. Do you all agree? Thank you. Moreover, we are implementing policies that encourage youth participation in agriculture, recognizing the future of this sector lies in the hands of our young people. Through initiatives such as the Lagos Agripreneurship Program, equipping the next generation of farmers with the knowledge and resources to succeed, the manufacturing sector, promising another avenue for export diversification, ranging from textiles and footwear to food processing and pharmaceuticals. We are focused on improving the business environment as well, fundamentally important here, by reducing the cost of production and enhancing the competitiveness of our industries, while investing in critical infrastructure such as power, transportation, and logistics to ensure that our manufacturers have access to the resources they need to thrive. Additionally, we are planning to work closely and much more closely, including the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment as well, with Zenith Bank, to provide manufacturers with access to affordable financing and other support services. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement presents a unique opportunity for Lagos to expand its manufacturing base and access new markets as well. And at the heart of our economic transformation agenda is the Lekki Free Trade Zone, a zone that represents a cornerstone of our strategy to diversify Lagos's economy and enhance its global competitiveness. The Lekki Free Zone is strategically located with the proximity to the Lekki deep sea port, and the infrastructure will not only facilitate trade, but serve as a gateway for Nigerian goods to reach global markets with greater efficiency. The Lekki Free Zone is poised to play a pivotal role in achieving the goals of the Lagos State Development Plan by fostering innovation, enhancing productivity, and driving sustainable economic growth. Nigeria's creative economy, arts, culture, and tourism is a powerful engine of growth and a key pillar of our export diversification strategy. Lagos is the culture capital of Africa, and it is at the forefront of this dynamic sector, from music and film to fashion and technology. Lagos is producing world-class talent and content that is resonating with audiences around the globe. The global success of the Nigerian music and film is a testament to the creativity of our people as well. We are also working to protect the intellectual property rights and create an enabling environment that encourages innovation and creativity. And by doing so, we aim to position Lagos as the global leader in the export of creative goods and services. One of the key challenges facing our non-oil export sector is access to finance. Many small and medium-sized enterprises struggle to obtain the capital they need to expand their operations and reach international markets. Our administration is addressing this issue by working with financial institutions, by working with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to develop innovative financing solutions that meet the needs of SMEs. We're also focused on improving infrastructure, particularly in transportation and power, to create a more conducive environment. Furthermore, our administration is committed to addressing the logistics challenges. The construction of the Lagos Rail Mass Transit Project is a testament and a good example. In today's digital age, technology also plays a crucial and fundamental role in driving economic growth and competitiveness. Lagos State is embracing the fourth industrial revolution by promoting the adoption of digital technologies across all sectors of the economy. We are investing in digital infrastructure, fostering innovation, and creating an enabling environment for tech startups. In addition, we're also focused on building digital literacy and skills among our youth. I see a lot of collaboration with Zenith Bank. The task before us is immense, but so too is our potential. The awakening of Nigeria's non-oil export sector is not a task for the government alone. It requires the collective efforts of all our stakeholders, the government, the private sector, financial institutions, and the civil society. And I'd actually want us to give a resounding round of applause to Zenith Bank for taking this initiative to where they are. In Lagos State, we are committed to leading by example. We are not just talking about diversification, we are taking concrete steps to make it a reality. We are building a future where Lagos is not just an economic powerhouse, but a beacon of hope and opportunity. So once again, I commend Zenith Bank for their leadership in organizing this seminar and their unwavering commitment to supporting the growth of Nigeria's economy. I urge all stakeholders here to seize this opportunity to collaborate, to innovate, and to drive the expansion of our non-oil sector. Let us unite in this great endeavor and work to awaken the sleeping giant that is our non-oil sector. Together, we can create a future where Nigeria is a global leader in exports, a land of opportunity, and a nation of shared prosperity. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State. All right, we head to the middle belt now yes, keep the applause going. Fantastic, fantastic speech. Lagos State is the commercial nerve center of Nigeria. All right, so we head back up to the middle belt now to Nasarawa State. His Excellency, Governor Abdullahi Sule, who is ably represented by the director of UK Gold Company, which of course is part of the natural resources in Nasarawa State. So please, a warm welcome to the director, Mr. Yahaya. Thank you. One moment, sir. I do have to recognize a very important sector when it comes to trade. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Vivian Richard Edets, who is the Executive Director of Finance and Administration representing the Nigerian Ports Authority. Please don't hold my exports. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Please allow me to rely on existing protocol. Your Excellencies, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, good morning. My goodwill message will be very brief. His Excellency the Governor is unavoidably absent at this event, and he had asked that we as UK Gold Company, not just talk the talk, is that we actually come here and tell you our story. So my name is Yahya, and I'm a director of the private sector-led UK Gold Company. It is right, and I want to thank Zenith Bank most sincerely for this forward-looking thought by putting this stakeholder session together. For us, the non-oil sector is really a sleeping giant. And the current state of the mining assets across the country, even though there are proven finds of identifications of over 44 minerals across the country, we are still able to, speak of only one commercial scale mining asset. And why is this? I think I will just abandon and just talk very briefly. Is that critical assets across the country are not able to have access to the critical technical and financial expertise. It is not because that these assets cannot attract them, but it's constantly very difficult, to align the very sensitive multi-stakeholder frameworks in the mining industry. And I think that these are really the key issues that we should focus on. How do we align stakeholders so that the assets can stand and then attract the requisite finance and investment that is required to catalyze their growth? And our UK Gold Company partnership is a signature and a flagship project, a successful public-private partnership indeed, between the federal government, the state government, the local and host communities, and private sector-led actors. We think this is our local solution to catalyzing industrial growth in the mining sector. We think we need to look inwards. Australian models, British models, South African models, Ghanaian models might just not work here. We think our Nigerian model is an internal collaboration amongst all stakeholders so that we align interest, and most importantly, please to keep calm, because money doesn't like trouble. Security, to keep the place calm, is very important. So His Excellency has asked that we come here to come and show proof that things are happening, and we are proud to say here on the first platform that we have received investment commitments of one of the largest infrastructure funds in Africa, and we'll be advancing our exploration drilling program soon. Nigerians can look forward to a commercial scale gold mine in the working, and we want to thank Zenith Bank for putting this together, for leading this conversation, and we are very proud to have come here to tell our story as UK Gold Company, and we also look forward to coming back here again and sharing our story as we define our reserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, we head further up north now to Zamfara. The Governor of Zamfara State, His Excellency Dauda Lawal, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Alhaji Bello Alta. Round of applause for him as he joins us. Yes, he is. He's right here.
The chief organizer of this event, Managing Director of Zenith Bank, and other top management of Zenith Bank. I come here to represent the Executive Governor of Zamfara State, Dauda Lawal, who is one of you, and to express his appreciation for inviting him to be part of this important gathering. I'm giving only 1 or 2 minutes to speak to you. I don't have any prepared speech, but I assure you I'm conveying his message. He ought to have been here, but for the reason that they are attending NEC meeting right now in Abuja. However, given the theme of the seminar, it's not just easy to go away and talk in 1 minute when you are talking of non-oil revenue or diversification. So coming from a small state, not in terms of size or population, but in terms of age, and the homogeneity of the population. Our predominant preoccupation in the state is agriculture. And once you are talking of diversification, I think it is necessary to speak one or two things on that area. However, we have one major important sector which can contribute to this non-oil export, which is not harnessed and which is giving us a lot of troubles, simply because it is not organized. Investors have not come in. Organized sector have not come in. That sector is mining sector. I tell you, and I can bet with all sincerity and courage that once you are talking of mineral resources in Nigeria, Zamfara State is the hope. There is no single solid mineral you can talk of that you cannot find there. Investors can come in, organized sector can come in. We are looking for people that can come in. Luckily enough for us, in the 25 years of the existence of this state, we are having for the first time a courageous governor who is enlightened, who has come from you. He has traveled across the country and seen how things are done. And we need to bring them. We have started doing them already. We are constructing a new international airport of the highest standard level, just to let investors come. He keep on telling us he traveled to the US asking investors to come. The first question they asked him, do you have airport? So that will be done. In the next 6 months, Zamfara State will be able to receive people coming from anywhere, any part of the world in the next 6 months by the special grace of God. But I'm telling you, opportunity abide in Zamfara State. Agriculture, almost all the states are talking about agriculture. We have one of the highest number of rivers flowing across Zamfara State. And we have arable land. We have, we rear cattle, rear sheep, and all food and cash crops. But in small scale, we need to develop it in higher scale so that the economy of the country at large will benefit from this. So I think I don't have to talk much on agriculture, and I would have exhausted my 1 minute. But please give us opportunity, any one of these days, so that we can organize presentation on our potentials in this solid minerals area. I was privileged to make presentation to revenue mobilization last week on accessing development of natural resources funds. We need it so that we can actually start on our own so that investors can see and come in. On this note, I thank everybody, and I express the appreciation of His Excellency Dawda Lawal, who, like I said earlier, is one of you, and he's bringing the excellence practices in the private sector into our state now, in almost everything we do. Thank you. Apology for my dressing. I'm not looking like you, but he's teaching us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round for Alhaji Bello Alta. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll agree, from the gold mines of Nasarawa to the agricultural potential of Kano, and of course the solid minerals, cattle and arable lands of Zamfara, and of course the service, trade, finance and logistics potential of our Center of Excellence Lagos. I'm sure you'll agree that we have a formidable potential in our non-oil export segment. Another round of applause for our various representatives from across our states. We move on now to a very important part of the program, one of our first of our two keynote addresses, from somebody who is not a stranger to the trade ecosystem. He's the national coordinator of the National Action Committee of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. He's also a legal practitioner and was widely known for his reconstruction and modernization of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, National Coordinator, National Action Committee of AFTA. You're welcome, sir. Please keep clapping as he comes on stage to deliver the first of our two keynote addresses.
Thank you very much. The commissioner from Zamfara, you came here and you didn't bring, Commissioner, you didn't bring a gold bar to show. Abba. The story is told that on a very hot afternoon in Zamfara State, when you kick the ground, you raise gold dust. That is the beauty of Nigeria. A round of applause again for the states that are coming to showcase. I will also rest on the existing protocols that has been properly established. But before I do that, I must salute and I must greet my dear brother, I call him Uncle Jim over here, the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, for this, for what he has done with Zenith Bank. He has created a brand that I don't even know how to express it. But let me tell you that I'm here very sentimental and extremely sincere when I say this man is a great Nigerian. A round of applause, please, for Sir Jim Ovia. Let me, of course, greet the Lagos State Governor, ably represented here by my own dear sister, Folashade. I salute all the governors with their representatives that are here. Most of them are my brothers anyway. Let me also greet, especially, like the band will say, greet her specially, the group managing director of Zenith Bank, the first female group managing director of Zenith Bank. My dear sister Adara, very proud of you. I greet the CBN governor being represented, the CG Customs. The CG Customs deserves a round of applause because it's transforming that agency from a revenue collection agency to a trade facilitation agency. I'll get to that later because he was making more money in cashew than what he's doing in Osun State. Let me salute the dynamic EDs of Zenith Bank, please. A big round of applause for these, my brothers. I lay claim that I'm a member of the family. They haven't given me shares. They haven't given me a tie, but I'm family with Zenith. We started this journey a long time ago. But before that, let me salute the exporters, the business, the manufacturers, the industrialists that are here in this room. Please, a round of applause for all of you. I see so many people. They are not here for loan from Zenith, but they are here to support us in this non-oil drive for Nigeria. So I salute all of you. Welcome this afternoon. I don't have a pointer, but who is going to assist me? Yes. We're here to talk about this giant, to awaken this giant. But let me tell you, the giant was awake between 1960. Why is it's only there you can project it. People can't see. Okay, yeah. I think they were trying to show me, but I'm handsome enough, so it's okay. The giant was awake between 1960 and 1970. It went to sleep after 1975 because suddenly we had discovered oil. We are now stirring it up by 2015. You can see the figures there. In 1975, it went to 92% of our economy. By 2010, it was only oil, and that was 96% as percentage of total exports, Nigeria. So the problem was there for Nigeria, that the only foreign exchange we were attracting was oil. That was it. When you go back to the 1960s, what happened, particularly in the Western region, and I'm proud of that legacy. The Western region built the Cocoa House. It was the tallest building in Africa. The Yoruba translation for Cocoa House was Ile Ti Awon Agbe Ko, meaning that the house the farmers built. So it was a collection of money from agricultural proceeds that they used to build that, the tallest building in Africa then. The question is, what have the farmers built from then on? I was at one presentation and I showed the NMPC towers in Abuja, and a lot of people couldn't recognize it. What is it? Then I showed the Cocoa House. They said Cocoa House. And that is where we have to go back to. We look at this giant, and we've been talking with Zenith Bank on this. When I became EDCO of NEPC, my big brother, Uncle Jim Ovia, called me and said, Shagun, you know, you have got this job now. What can we do to help you? And I said, okay, Uncle Jim, what I need an expert. I need Zenith Bank to pay an expert for me that will help me work with me. He said, that is easy. I thought you were going to ask for a Jeep. My impression of Uncle Jim is not so good these days, but many of you know how he sounds. So he said, okay, that is done. I talked to, I believe it was Peter, that was GMD then. Call your brother, call Peter, and I ring that. And that was it. And we got embedded into Zenith Bank, an expert, and Zenith was paying. Even for traveling and everything. It was one, I think, after about 6 years or so, I just asked the fellow that, hey, how much are they paying you? He said, no, it's private. I said, I've been gone. I said, is this, are you mad? I introduced you. These people and everything. He said that because confidentiality, kiniko. I said, let me know. So he came. I said, you are making more than me now. I'm the ED. They're paying, your Gujib is paying you more than me. But that was the story with Zenith Bank. But what was interesting is that he always took his reports to the MD. He will report what we're doing, what we're trying to achieve. And that led to the first non-oil export seminar that we did together. So when you see vision, a man with a vision, you know, and is actualizing it. And we had that first non-oil conference. And we got all the stakeholders involved. It was a smaller room. We had it in an hotel. It was small. Because then most of the Zenith Bank customers were importers. They were all importers. And the next line they had were those that were doing tank farms. I remember that. I remember those chaps. I think one of them is in the room. I won't talk to him. But that was what was reigning in Nigeria. Oh, I have this tank farm. So when you go to a bank, you say you're an exporter, you want to do sesame seeds. They keep you in the waiting room. But you say you have an tank farm. In somewhere there, you are ushered straight to the MD's office. And they talk to you. And we said that must change because this is the future. And we started it with Zenith Bank. A round of applause again for Zenith Bank, please. Today, apart from just telling you how we must awaken this giant, today is the day for bragging. I come here with full bragging rights, and I'm going to use it all. So I'm bragging what Zenith Bank has done. I was telling Abba Bello is the MD of Nexim Bank, and he felt the same thing. I came into Abuja yesterday, and I was driving, and on Third Mainland Bridge, the posters I was seeing was Fidelity Bank. We export, we do this for you. We do export for you. I said in here, Fidelity, no. So Abba said he was also that these banners could have been NEPC banners, or it could have been Nexim banners that were on the road, welcoming us in. And that is why I'm saying I'm here to brag. And that is what we have achieved. We have been able to convince the private sector that the way forward is the revival of non-oil exports. Oh, thank you very much. We looked at it. How do we awaken this giant? And we looked at the big ticket products then. I will mention a few. It's there on the screen for you to see. We looked at priority products, 22 products that Nigeria must invest in for us to make this money that we are looking at. That our foreign exchange must not only come from oil. And we looked at the big ticket products for large-scale investments we're looking at. We looked at petrochemicals and methanol. Then, when we devised the zero oil plan, Joe, what year was that? Zero oil plan? 2016? Yeah. 2016, petrochemicals and methanol was $150 million, trading annually, globally. Today, it's $350 billion. We ran this, and because we engaged the private sector, and we saw Alhaji Aliko Dangote. We had a meeting with him in his office. And he behaved like the Chinese that day. Because I went with 3 people actually. And Aliko kept filling up the room. By the time we finished, he had about 12 of his team in that room, and we looked at it, the zero oil plan. We looked at petrochemicals, convincing him to get into that arena. He had tried to unsuccessfully buy the Kaduna refinery, didn't work, and was now looking at him and just said, we managed to convince him then. We looked at petrochemicals, and we managed to convince him that that is the way forward. And he has gone into it now. 2 weeks ago, I was with a friend of mine in Accra, and the question was, they were worried about all the problem with the Dangote refinery. And he said, Shegun, what has happened to Aliko? What's happened with it? I said, well, Nigeria happened to Aliko. That sums it up. I said, Nigeria happened to Aliko. But the message today, and when I came back, I called Alhaji and I told him that this is what I said. And the suggestion to him, the encouragement to him is now that, no, that Dangote must happen to Nigeria. That's the way forward. So I stand here today, all you exporters, the big business people, I see Starlink, I see Mambuda, all of you here, you must happen to Nigeria. Zenith Bank, I congratulate you and all other banks. Zenith must happen to Nigeria, not the other way. So we must rewrite this our story. We looked at all these products here on this list. It's Nigeria. This is Nigeria for you. Somebody said, oh, and concentrate on one product. I said, then I forget gold in Zamfara. I forget cocoa in Ondo. I forget sugar in Nasarawa. Where do I go? This is what we have been blessed with. And these are the figures. They are trading now internationally. These are big, big figures you are looking at. Then we look at the category B, the global market size. These are medium scale for inclusive economic growth. This is where you have your tomatoes. This is where you have your bananas, oranges, etc., etc. In ginger is very interesting because post-COVID, ginger was trading at $700 million globally. But after COVID, when everybody wanted ginger to survive, and look at where ginger is today. Ginger is $4.5 billion. So if Zenith Bank, you had come to Zenith Bank then, and Zenith had supported your farm, ginger farm, you had done some processing, you are a rich man today in dollars, in foreign exchange. I see some of them in this room. I won't mention them. So the Commissioner for Lagos State will not go and tell the tax people to start running after them. So I'm not going to introduce them to you today. But these are those products we need to fully awaken the giant. Again, the idea is that Nigeria must target at least 5% in all these products. When you look at petrochemicals, let's target 5%. You are earning $17.5 billion. And then look at the list. At the end of the list, that's $85.8 billion revenue Nigeria is looking at. And it is possible, it's doable. Then when you look at the category B as well, for medium-sized enterprises, look at this is what you're earning. This is the figure out there for you to get. And then we go to the next slide. We go to the next slide. Yeah. In the genie bottle, I call it the genie bottle, is the services sector. And that is the biggest. It's a major contributor to our GDP. It's also a key driver of economic diversification, job creation, and innovation. The global services sector market is about $6.1 trillion. It's massive, it's huge. And that is where we must focus. Look at financial services, business services. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the liberalization of business services means that you have access to all African countries. They've signed the protocols. It's all been signed. Many countries have even ratified it. So it's free movement for you into all these countries. The digital economy services is massive. Telecommunications, postal services, IT. This is the way to stimulate growth. Fintech services. Then when you look at tourism and travel. In transport services, under AfTA, there is a need for 2 million trucks. 2 million trucks. There is a need for over 100,000 rail wagons. There is a need for 250 aircrafts that Africa needs for this economic rejuvenation. So Air Peace has not even started. E-bomb has not even started. And that is the future. This is where Zenith Bank has to look into for us and encourage many of your customers. You're doing very well in export on one product. And I said, no, you must try this product too. I said, no, I said, no, you must. And then further down, we're encouraging, you are big enough, you must go into processing. And he has bought a processing factory now. Adora was telling me she visited it. That is the future. That is where we must go. Next slide. The world dynamics keep changing. It changes a lot. And we must really move beyond oil. Oil exporting countries like Nigeria are going to be impacted, I say in 4 ways, by the global energy revolution happening. Capital loss, of course, due to abandonment of hydrocarbon reserves. That is flying out of the window now. Economic losses, we are seeing it now. As the Treasury is no longer able to fund public sector with oil revenue because you don't have it. Then there's a loss of the competitive geopolitical advantage because hydrocarbons are being replaced by global or regional energy access to various sources. That's solar, wind, hydro. That's what is happening. There is forced migration due to economic hardship. It's negatively affecting our labor force, thereby reducing productivity. And that's what we need. We need to produce all those sectors I have given you. We need to produce. We need to revive productivity along all those sectors. That is how we can awaken the giant. Next steps is where I address Zenith Bank and other banks I want to follow Zenith footstep. Zenith must increase its presence in Africa to take a particular advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. You must establish that footprint. This will serve as a gateway for Nigerian MSCs to trade across Africa. When I said Zenith must happen to Nigeria, this is what I mean. There are some brands that you recognize anywhere in the world. In Africa, many Africans we talk to when we go for exhibitions, then Zenith used to support us. And we'll have the banner there. Some of them come to the Nigerian exhibition point because of Zenith. Some come because of Dangote. So these are names that have even gone beyond the country. So when I say Zenith must happen to Nigeria, Dangote must happen to Nigeria, Starlink must happen to Nigeria, Mahmuda must happen to Nigeria, this is what I mean. After all, that's what happened. Thank you. That's what has happened in other countries that have used what they have to get what they want. If you remember, way back, for us to enjoy America, it was because of the American films. And we all wanted to smoke. What was that cigarette? Marlboro. Yes. Even as a small boy then, I wanted to smoke it. Because you see, it was so cool. I did not know it was cancer. I don't know. But that is what helped project even America. Those brands that you see, Coca-Cola, you want to eat an hamburger. And then wanted to speak like them. I want to do this. I gotta do this. Not knowing it was even bad English. Because I remember when I travel. You know, when you travel for one holiday, you go for 1 week or 2 weeks, you come back. And then you see, you know, I go to my grandfather then. So, I want to do this. I say, you are talking rubbish. Absolute rubbish. But that is how brands are made. And that's what we need to do. All of us here in this room, you know, Zenith must support you. Access to finance. The Honorable Commissioner mentioned that. We looked at it. You know, and I say Zenith must identify exporters within their network that have a good track record and provide this funding to them. Don't look at the interest rate to fund Starlink. Look at the future. Look at what you are going to get. That must be your new business model. So Zenith must happen to Nigeria. Value addition. You look at companies that are processing and approach them like you used to approach the oil tank farmers. And see them that we want you to process this. You can get this material. Let's put money here. That is what we want Zenith to do. Look at the subnational partnerships. Zenith must help Zamfara export and develop gold. Go there. All our other solid mineral resources, many of them we need. We still need for roads, for everything. But gold, we can only export gold. Then talent development and outsourcing centers. That's also very important. The Lagos State is doing a lot in that regard. The commissioner mentioned to us what they're building in Ekpe. Banks, direct investors, direct your customers to many of these areas. A customer can, like I tell you, let him come to you for something. I will direct him to another thing that I think is more advantageous for that company. Lastly, our border markets. The border markets are also very important. And I'm calling on Zenith to establish their footprints in these border markets. When you see goods leaving through these border markets, you'll be amazed. You must establish your branch there. Okerete and Kilibo, that is Oyo State, bordering to Benin Republic. Then you have Jujibia and Maradi market in Niger Republic. Because of the African Continental Free Trade Area now, goods are going to move. It's goods and services, no duty. So you must establish that. Let me speak to Zenith exploits. This is where I go back to bragging, the bragging rights on this. The MD said it. The sister, the new ED of NEPC, said it, that 32 banks contributed to non-oil export transactions in the first quarter of 2024. Zenith Bank dominated terms of financial support for the non-oil export. The bank handled 43.9% of total NXPs, followed only by First Bank and Fidelity Bank. Fidelity, with all their shakara, they did 6.56. Don't report me to my sister. You know. But that is it. Because Zenith had identified, Uncle Jim identified it right from 2015. When he said, look, Shegun NEPC, we must look into this. A round of applause again for that visionary. Again, looking forward, Zenith is collaborating now with the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement on an innovative trade portal. And ZenPay, a wholly owned subsidiary of Zenith Bank, has signed an agreement with the AfTA for the development of this smart portal to facilitate trade within the African continent. That is the future. That is Zenith for you. Now, we must leverage on the African Continental Free Trade. We recently launched the Guided Trade Initiative. Nigeria joined that. My sister, the Commissioner of Trade, Lagos, was with us when we launched that. It's an initiative aimed at triggering trading under AfTA, testing the legal framework, cost, border, and custom procedures. Because ultimately, what the AfCFTA is going to be one custom union. Let me repeat that. Some people got it because they're as intelligent as I am, but many people didn't get it. One custom union all over Africa is the same as you have in the EU, meaning that once your goods get into Cameroon, for example, you can take them anywhere in Africa, goods and services. It's the same way when you leave Switzerland. Once you are in that Schengen place, you leave Switzerland, no border, no custom. Nobody is disturbing you again because you have passed through. It's one custom union. That is where Africa is going. That's the future. That's what revitalized the European economy after the war. And I boast, and I tell them at international gatherings, that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was not born out of war. It's not that when we fought ourselves, we finished, then we now decide we must trade. No. This is the decision. It's the biggest trade agreement. It's bigger than WTO. 1.4 billion people. This is the future for Nigeria, for Africa. We took 10 companies and made sure they were doing processed goods. Smart cards, clinkers, black soap, shea butter, native starch, alcoholic bitters, blended tea, SIM cards, bank cards, wrappers. And another very interesting one was water closet sanitary sets that were being produced here in Nigeria. And when they brought the product to me, I said, toilet, okay. You want to go and sell toilet in Cameroon? You want to go and sell toilet in Kenya? But there's a market for it. That's the beauty about trade. There's a market for it. So they're getting ready to take those goods there. So there are opportunities available under this. Zenith already has a number of support avenues for MSMEs. However, to scale up participation in the after, we are going to work hard more with Zenith to support SMEs in leveraging this. Yeah. No, Mr. Man, is my show. Go back. Leveraging on the after, as I try to round up, I want Zenith Bank to also support businesses to take advantage of these AfreCFTA Bank initiatives. They are the Inter-African Trade Fair. Zenith must do more with us to take Nigerian companies, Nigerian SMEs to the Inter-African Trade Fair. The next one is in Algiers, next September in Algiers. Then, of course, Zenith was one of the first banks to sign on to the Pan-African Payment Settlement System. This is a system that allows, us not to look for dollars. If I have goods, Mr. Trader, big trader, Collins Chikeluba, if you have goods, I know your mind is always on dollar. But you produce goods now to send it to a customer in Kenya. All the customer has to do is to pay you with their own money, with their own shillings, pay their bank. It comes straight to you and you collect your naira. So you are not going around looking for any bureau de change. I'm very sure. Zenith has signed on to it. Banks are signing on to it. You are sitting next to Abba. He will explain more to you on this. And then there is also the Mansa due diligence platform. I just took 3 of the AfreCFTA bank initiatives for after. Because we really have to drive this together. In conclusion, let me say again, bragging, that the Nigerian non-oil export sector is no longer a sleeping giant. We have stirred it up in 2015. Since then, he has benefited from collaborations and synergy between government and the private sector, development partners, formal and informal operators, but there's still a lot of scope for more. There is huge potential for growth to achieve a non-oil export-driven economic development for the country. We have to work out a cohesive plan where everyone identifies and fulfills their role. We can change this narrative and the fortunes of our great country with non-oil exports. An economy that is not exporting really is a failed economy. I say it, in 1960, the late Jawaharlal Nehru looked at the Indian economy and said, India must export or perish. And look at how they've transformed that economy. China, right from day one, said they were going to be the export capital of the world. Everything they did, they went all around the world, produced there, and then export to you. That is the only way forward. We must transform this economy to be an export, particularly non-export economy. I say all Africa needs for Africa is in Africa. Thank you very much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next keynote address is from a very critical sector when it comes to exports, and that is financing. He's got over 3 decades of banking experience, international banking, regional, commercial, public sector banking. Please, a warm round of applause for Alhaji Abubakar Bello, Managing Director, CEO of the Nigerian Export-Import Bank. Keep the applause going. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. A pleasure.
Zenith Bank, you put me in trouble. Why? It's not easy to speak on trade after Shagun has spoken. Because he doesn't let you have anything to speak about. That was very good coverage. The host governor, before I start, I want to give a very small story that maybe would further underline what Zenith is doing today. Because in the banking industry, it appears I was in it. So I was a competitor. But it appears Zenith always leads. So the story, in 1999, when we moved from military regime to democracy, the new government decided that central bank should not play a commercial banking role of keeping accounts of government accounts and government agencies, parastatals. And there was a decision that accounts should move to commercial banks. So all of us were mobilized to Abuja to go and capture government accounts. Everywhere we go to, they will say Adawara has been here. Zenith has had it, and Adawara has taken it. So one day my boss came back to work from a marketing call. He said, everywhere you go, Adawara. And this was before mobile phones and cellular companies. So the first everywhere you go is not MTN, it's actually Adora. Zenith perhaps captured like 70%. It's reflective of what happens with export proceeds. Perhaps 70%, and they left the rest for us. So well done. And I would suspect that you're going to also lead the way in awakening the giant in non-oil exports. You are doing 40% of export proceeds.
Others will not be sleeping, and they're not. Shagun spoke about what we saw on the bridge yesterday. Everybody is waking up to the realization that where to go to is export. So GMD, I expect that you are going to keep the pace. The way you led Abuja is the way you are going to lead the new focus on exports, and I believe you'll do it. So, Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, being the host governor, I recognize the commissioner representing the governor, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medeben. The last time we met, you promised that we were going to do a joint seminar focusing on export with Lagos State. I'm still holding you to it. But before then, we can work with what Zenith has brought us to do. But we have to do it again. So, while coming up, let me also recognize the representatives of other state governors here. My brother, Shagun Olo, and every other person who has been recognized before. Before I came up, they came to whisper to me again, because of Shagun Olo, that, can you keep your presentation to 10 minutes? I said, no, you gave my brother 30 minutes to speak. Why are you giving me 10 minutes? But I'll try and do as fast as I can go. So I'm not going to really read my presentation. I'm going to speak to it. We've heard since morning, everybody speak about expanding Nigeria's export basket by producing more, either yield or even acreage of where the cash crops are grown. We've heard that we need to move from the export of commodities to value addition. And previous export seminars that Zenith has conducted have spoken specifically on each of them. We've heard, not much of it, on the need to develop our solid minerals. Because Shagun, on your list that you put out there, that you worked on in NEPC, everything is agri-related. So your 85 billion can grow to perhaps 150 billion, because those solid minerals can produce even more than the agri produce. So we've heard that we need to manufacture. We've heard, not much of it too, that we have to package properly. We have to meet standards, okay? But where I did not hear a lot of emphasis, and that's where I'm going to focus on, is export enabling or facilitating infrastructure. You do all the production, and you do all the packaging, meet standards, and if you cannot get it to market at the right price, then you are already cutting yourself off the international markets. When you go into the international markets, know that you're competing with everybody else in the world. So, the World Bank Director of Trade and Investment, and also competitiveness, made some statement that logistics is actually the lifeblood of international trade. Trade, in turn, is a powerful force for economic growth and prosperity. That is why we are here. we have recognized the export, international trade of non-oil products. Notice, I did not say commodities. Non-oil products is the way to go. The GMD in her speech made reference to cocoa and how much the producers of cocoa are earning, that is Nigeria today, and how much those that are processing cocoa are making. She limited it to Nigeria, but I'll expand it a bit. 70 to 7, Alaji would confirm that, 70 to 75% of global cocoa that goes into the international market is from 4 West African countries: Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, and Cameroon. Cocoa is a $200 billion sector annually. Those 4 countries producing 70% earn $10 billion. Because we have stayed on the bottom of the pyramid of the cocoa value chain. So I'm very happy, Alaji, that some of you have decided to start producing. It emphasizes the need. We should not only be talking about growing the export basket. We should be speaking about increasing value. What do we do to increase value of our exports? We are speaking of, and sorry to say, Shagun, for us to be able to meet the values you have ascribed to each of the commodities you have put on the board, we have to add value. Because when you speak of cashews, sesame, hibiscus, and sorghum that I kept seeing on the bridge yesterday as I was coming, the bridge was making reference to export of commodities. But for each of those commodities, if we do not add value, we will not earn from it. So this underscores what? Industrialization. The need for industrialization. We did not die or go to sleep in export because it was our wish to go to sleep. It was because oil happened to us. And what did oil do to us? What is called the Dutch disease. It made other sectors of the economy uncompetitive. It is something we need. When Shagun said, let us, Zenith, Dangote, and so on, happen to Nigeria, it means we have to force, we have to lead the way, we have to be the pivot to ensure that complete reliance in oil sector is reduced. So investment flow, finance flow has to happen to the export sector. Some of us in banking, Central Bank would know, only 1% of loanable funds in Nigeria is going directly to export. 1%. So all these exporters, Alaji, Mahmuda, and the big exporters can only access 1% of the loanable funds in Nigeria. How do we compete? It's not a competition where we're supplementing what the oil industry is bringing to the table. But how can non-oil contribute significantly if only 1% of loanable funds are going? So I'm speaking to the banks, Zenith Bank. We need to do more to support export. I know where the challenges are, some of which have been highlighted today. But one of the major challenges of the non-oil sector is infrastructure. And it starts from maritime infrastructure. And I'm happy, I think MPA is here. Shippers Council is here. But maritime, international trade, 80 to 90% of international trade is done on the sea. Our ports, first of all, we virtually have 2 active ports, at least for exports. Tinkan and Apapa Wharf. Shagun knows that Alaji here tried an export of cocoa from Calabar Port in 2021. Maybe when he comes to speak, I'll let him explain what challenges he got and how much it cost him to use an alternative port in Nigeria. So if we are going to reawaken, and GMD, forgive me, I'm not changing the theme, but reawakening, I think, is what Shagun tried to emphasize in his speech. If we are going to reawaken export, we have to attract critical investment into our port infrastructure. I know Lagos has done one right now, the Lekki port, and about doing the Badagry port. But we need more than that. If we are going to do solid minerals, we need ports dedicated for solid minerals. And those ports are going to be on the River Niger. Because that is where the gateway will be for critical solid minerals, industrial solid minerals. So investment in maritime infrastructure, the financial institutions, the capital market, we have to look into attracting investment into the maritime infrastructure. That is not very far from, again, logistics infrastructure. When we speak about, I saw in the presentation, Shogun spoke about transportation. When we speak about logistics, all of us, our minds go to transportation. Logistics is beyond transportation. While we don't have multimodal transportation models, we also need to start thinking about all the other things that are involved in logistics. Moving goods from point A to point B, which is from source to market. Nigeria's logistics performance index is one of the worst in the world. It is 2.6 over 5, which means that to move goods from the same point or the same distance in Nigeria costs like 5 times more than it does in countries like Switzerland and the other parts of the developed world. Why? If there are transporters here, they will tell us some of the reasons. Or Kano State. To move a truck from Kano to the port, there's perhaps 200 checkpoints. And each costs money. But then there are other things like Steve Doran, the other things that happen in the port, including custom. We have to ease the movement of those goods for us to reawaken that dream of being an export-oriented country. I've touched a bit on standards, packaging standards, and other soft things that go with export. We need national quality infrastructure, certification centers, standards organizations, and so on. Standardization is very key to doing export. You are going into international markets where goods from all over the world are competing. And without standards, without reaching global standards, your goods, are there any exporters of Zobo, hibiscus here? They know how critical standards, Shogun can tell us, how critical standards are to the export of hibiscus. And for that matter, any horticultural product, because they're easy to move with diseases. Standards. So the need for quality infrastructure cannot be overemphasized. Again, is investment in those areas that need. So, while infrastructure, I know what most of the exporters want to hear about is finance. How are we going to get the money to do this, right? The first thing every exporter tells you when you ask him what are the challenges of export, he will say no finance. I'm sure you agree with me, Alaji. Mahmuda. But from my position, I say finance is not your problem. It is de-risking the export value chain that I haven't spent 30 minutes like show. De-risking, I'll be quick. De-risking the export value chain is the challenge. Some of which I've said in infrastructure, quality, but then there are other things. Most of our export is agro-related. So what affects agriculture affects exports. We still, although the representative of the minister said they've done something about dry season farming, but we're still reliant on rain-fed agriculture. So any season where there is drought, investment in cash crops suffers, right? So that's a risk. And it is for the same reason, GMD, correct me if I'm wrong, it is for the same reason not as much money goes to agri and not as much money goes to export in finance. We need to all collaborate, banks, DFIs, other agencies, to de-risk export. Then naturally, money will flow, both investments and debt finance. But before then, I was speaking to an exporter outside. He said, how are we going to export with 32 or 35% interest rates? Industries will ask, how are we going to export with the cost of energy? Especially yesterday, we had an additional, how many percent is it, Rotus? Increase in energy cost. I think it's about 15%. Another 15% increase, For finance, I can tell you that is why Nexim Bank is there. we are still lending to you at 9%. And for those of you who are transitioning from trading, I'll let you ask me questions now because it affects him. From trading to value addition, we give you priority because we need to increase the value of our exports. So, as GMD was speaking about increase in the value of export half year compared to last year. You said 2.7 billion this year, and last year was about 2.5. We were asking ourselves on the table there, is it because the product quantity has increased or because prices have increased? I think for us it's immaterial. What is important is how much we generate from. But if we do both, if we did $800 million of cocoa, beans most especially, yes, $800 million, what if we processed it, same quantity, if we processed it to butter? Alaji knows that that's about times 4 of the value. But then, we're not saying don't increase the quantity too. Increase the quantity and then process. And with finance in export, we are sure we can do it. So, while the discussions will happen today, I pray that focus will be on these matters that we have spoken about: infrastructure, quality assurance, standards, and then the one that we always speak about, finance. Let me congratulate Zenith Bank. 9 times you have done it. And I urge you not to stop. We need to keep building awareness that export is the way to go. If we're going to revive this economy, we know oil cannot do it. We are 233 million people. We have relied on oil from when we were 58 million people. And the oil has not increased. We have discovered more reserves, but we are limited. It's not about militants or even stealing, but even what we can produce, we can supply into the global economy, global market, is limited. There is no limit to cocoa. There is no limit to sesame. We can do as much as we can do. By the way, other countries that have both oil and do other exports, like the United States of America, they don't care about their crude. They only care about the one they consume, the price. But for international trade, oil is not part of their calculations. And that is the kind of area we should get into. We should position ourselves, we should pivot to say that in 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, this is what we want non-oil export to contribute to the national basket. And I am sure with the current realization and drive led by Zenith Bank, I'm sure that will be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Alhaji Ababello, Managing Director of Nexim Bank, for delivering so eloquently on the opportunities in the non-oil export space, particularly focusing on finance. I think he touched on a broad variety of things: the importance of boosting our competitiveness, the importance of investing in cash crops, and transitioning from trading to value addition. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on swiftly. We're just going to do a quick round of pictures now with our Group Managing Director, our EXCO, the representatives of the various state governments, Kano, Zamfara, Lagos, and Osun, as well as the representative of the Minister for Agriculture and Food Security. If you would please kindly come up for a quick photo before we move on. I would also add our executive directors as well in that photo. So I'm going to call on our Group Managing Director, our EXCO, the representatives of, to please come up on stage. Special Advisor to the Kano State Government on State Affairs, Mr. Usman Bala Mohammed, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance for Zamfara, Alhaji Bello Auta, the Honorable Commissioner for Trade and Investment for Lagos State, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medibem, and the Honorable Commissioner in Osun State, Tola Faseru, as well as our keynote speakers. We'll just take a moment for those pictures. Once again to our distinguished speakers and keynote speakers. I think that was a very insightful and excellent round of presentations. Another round of applause for them, please. We'd also like to take a moment to represent a few more people. First of all, we'd like to represent the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, here represented today by Mrs. Adora Nwono, the Deputy Director of Trade Services of the Nigerian Shippers Council. You're welcome, ma'am. We also like to recognize Dr. Derin Nanji, Controller of Tinkan Island Port, representing Mr. Adewale Adeni, Controller General of the Nigerian Customs Service. You're very welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if we'll just take a moment to settle down before we move on to the next part of today's proceedings so that we can move on very swiftly. If I would ask you to please kindly settle down in your seats. There's actually 5 days left to do something very important. I wonder how many people know what that is. Anybody can hazard a guess. So there are people who invest in our exports, there are people who export. But if you're neither a financier nor an exporter, there's one really important way you can help to support the Zenith Bank export business. And that is through actually investing in Zenith Bank. As we mentioned earlier, we're currently at the tail end of our capital raise process as part of the recapitalization that has been mandated and directed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. So we invite all of you here, existing shareholders, if you haven't taken up your rights, you have 5 days left to join that train. And if you're not an existing shareholder, please do speak to any of our representatives here. Most of them are donned in red attire. You can actually engage them to find out how you can be part of the Zenith Bank equity story and consequently the export story to awaken the giant. So please take advantage of that opportunity. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you a minute to please settle down in your seats before we move on to the next part of the program. I would kindly ask our distinguished speakers and guests to please oblige us as we move to the next part of the program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please settle down as we move to the next part of the program. Thank you very much. Okay, without further ado, we're going to take a few moments to watch a video on one of the core strategic initiatives under our export business, and that is a video on the Zenith Bank Zero to Hero program. So if you please take a look at the screen for the next few minutes, and I'll come back to advance proceedings. Thank you.
Our nation, Nigeria, is blessed with numerous minerals and other natural resources that, if properly harnessed, have the potential to positively impact government revenues, capital infrastructure, citizen prosperity, GDP, and overall economic development of the nation. Since the return to democratic practices in 1999, successive Nigerian governments, industry leaders, and economic experts have all stressed the need to diversify the Nigerian economy and reduce dependence on petrol dollars as the major source of government revenue by consciously increasing the volume of non-oil exports to other countries. Zenith Bank PLC, with an unwavering commitment to innovation, quality service and strategic support for exporters, is not only revolutionizing international trade, but has also taken up the mantle as the leading bank within the Nigerian export ecosystem. The bank has made considerable investment in expanding its export services over the years by leveraging an extensive network of correspondent banks and strategic partnerships, providing credit facilities at competitive rates, establishing training programs, and creating seamless export journeys for its customers. Zenith Bank has hosted an international trade seminar with emphasis on non-oil exports each year since 2015. This program, now in its 9th year, provides a forum for regulators and exporters to chart the course for progressive growth in non-oil exports and economic progress for all.
We've been exporting oil for many years. Even before oil was being exported, we were exporting cocoa. But now, we want to deep dive into other sectors of the economy other than oil, hence non-oil export.
As the industry leader, Zenith Bank PLC has processed non-oil exports transactions of over $3.7 billion in the last 3 years, which translates to roughly 40% of the total industry volume. In 2020, the bank started a non-oil exports training program dubbed Zero to Hero to facilitate literacy and expertise in non-oil export business activities. The Academy teaches exporters and those interested in export business all they need to know and what they need to do to ensure success. As at the end of August 2024, the Academy has trained 38 representatives of 34 businesses who continue to affirm the positive impact of the program in their businesses.
I want to say kudos to Zenith Bank. Before now, I used to think that Zenith Bank is for people who have a lot of money. But now I can see that Zenith Bank is really thinking about SMEs in Nigeria and how to make them better. I'm also proud of what they are doing concerning Zero to Hero export program, and I know it's going to yield that tremendous impact.
God bless Zenith Bank. Kudos to them.
I want to appreciate Zenith Bank for this opportunity to train us. Because if we want to do it outside, it's going to cost us a lot of money.
I would like to appreciate Zenith Bank for this amazing program. I've been on this program. I wanted to join since last year. So having an academy for it now is an impressive one. I really appreciate Zenith Bank for this, and I'm so happy to be part of the people that we called upon to come and enjoy this program.
I'd like to thank Zenith Bank. I'd like to see we'd like to see more of this, and it doesn't necessarily have to be restricted to the export industry. Every other industry that can contribute to the growth of the economy of Nigeria. But I really like to say a very big and resounding thank you to Zenith Bank. This is a wonderful and laudable initiative, and we hope to see more of this to move Nigeria forward.
The bank will continue to be at the forefront of empowering global trade by maintaining its commitment to excellence, customer satisfaction, and innovation. The bank's impressive journey in supporting non-oil exports so far is no doubt an inspiring testament to our vision of driving prosperity for our customers and the nation at large. According to Dame Dr. Adaora Umeoji, OON, the GMD CEO of Zenith Bank PLC.
As a leading financial institution committed to driving sustainable growth in our economy, we are aware that the future of Nigeria lies in the diversification of its economy. As at the second quarter of 2024, the non-oil sector contributed only 19% to the total export trade, which is very meager compared to the 81% from crude oil. As a nation, we have the capacity to improve on this. Nigeria is truly blessed with a wealth of other resources beyond oil, from our rich agricultural products, solid minerals, to our growing creative and tech industries. These sectors hold immense opportunity for driving economic growth, creating jobs, and positioning Nigeria as a formidable player in the global market. The federal government has made enormous efforts in driving economic growth, one of which is the unification of the exchange rate, which is driving foreign direct investment inflows into the country. We have also seen the non-oil export proceeds grow by 38.5% from 1.3 trillion naira in Q1 of 2023 to 1.8 trillion naira in Q1 of 2024. It is therefore imperative we explore and maximize the vast opportunity in non-oil exports. Zenith Bank will continue to lead the way in supporting the growth of this sector by financing and creating awareness for local production and exports. As a key effort in this direction, Zenith Bank created the Non-Oil Export Seminar in 2015, and we have successfully held this seminar annually for the past 9 years. I'm delighted to let you know that at the end of the 2023 financial year, more than 40% of all non-oil export transactions in Nigeria were processed by Zenith Bank. The theme of this year's seminar, Nigeria Non-Oil Export Industry, Awakening the Giant, is a testament to our strong belief in the potential of non-oil export business as a game changer for the Nigerian economy. The Zero to Hero program nurtures aspiring exporters by providing them with the knowledge, tools, and finances needed to turn their export ambitions into reality. Zenith Bank has recently signed an agreement with the African Continental Free Trade Area to develop the Smart After Trade Portal. This innovative platform, being developed with over $1 million investment by Zenith Bank, will facilitate seamless intra-African trade and revolutionize trade in Africa. I encourage you to take full advantage of this Smart After and boost your businesses across African continents when this project is completed. Our team, Awakening the Giant, is a call to action. It requires innovation, resilience, and a shared vision. As you engage with today's session, I encourage you to take full advantage of the opportunity to network, ask questions, and make connections that will turn ideas into action that can transform your businesses. I therefore want to reiterate Zenith Bank's commitments and continuous support towards the development of Nigeria's non-oil sector. Stakeholders of non-oil sector, the time is now. Partner with us today. Let's join hands to awaken the giant.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Indeed, that video ended on a rousing note from our Group MD, CEO Dame Dr. Adaora Umeoji. Stakeholders, please partner with us. Zenith Bank is, of course, a global brand, and in that global value chain of opportunity are international subsidiaries. So to deliver a few remarks, straight from the UK, because he flew in specially for this, is none other than the Managing Director and CEO of Zenith Bank UK Limited, and that is Mr. Udu Oviagele. So please welcome him as he comes up to give a few remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I trust that I have your kind approval in the interest of time to stand on firmly established protocols. I thank my Group Managing Director and CEO for giving me the opportunity to speak briefly and to give an overview of the banking foreign subsidiaries of the group. And I'll start with Zenith Bank UK. Zenith Bank UK is based in the City of London and has been around for 17 years, regulated by the PRA and FCA. We do have a branch in Dubai, and we have a branch coming up in Paris in the very near future. We do a whole host of products, from corporate products as well. I'll go straight into Zenith Bank Ghana as well. Zenith Bank Ghana also has a huge presence in the Ghanaian market as well. They do trade advisory services as well. They're a member of the Pan-African Payment Settlement System as well. We also have a branch, we also have a subsidiary in Sierra Leone that does everything you can think of from a banking perspective. They have over 7 branches, corporate finance, public sector. They're very strong in mining as well, and obviously very good at treasury and wealth management as well. Last but by no means least, we have Zenith Bank in the Gambia as well, and they are also very strong in trade, letters of credit, documentary, finance as well, credit facilities, and all of that. So I urge you all to please talk to us today, talk to the group. Let us see how we can unpack and unlock the various opportunities. For Zenith Bank Ghana and Zenith Bank UK in particular, we have stalls downstairs on your way down, and we have QR codes there. So please take time to kindly take pictures of them, and that would give you the replica of the promotional items that you may have heard in the videos or you will have had on your desk. Thank you very much again for your time, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Udu. Keeping it short and sweet. We're moving on swiftly now. We're going to hear from the MD of Zenith General Insurance, Mr. Jude Modilim. Just a few remarks from him, and then we'll move on to the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited to be here this afternoon. Before I go on, I'd like to thank the GMD, Dame Dr. Adora, and her team for giving me this opportunity to talk to you about Zenith General Insurance. Zenith General Insurance Company Limited is licensed by National Insurance Commission of Nigeria as a non-life insurance company. What that simply means is that we are licensed to transact all classes of insurance except life. So we do motor, fire, burglary, engineering, oil and gas businesses. Our vision in Zenith General Insurance is to be the trusted and the best provider of insurance and financial services. We've done that over the years, having been around for over 20 years. Just early in the year, we celebrated our 20th anniversary of transacting insurance business in Nigeria, and we've been going from strength to strength. As of today, we're about the most capitalized insurance company. We have an authorized and fully paid share capital of 12 billion. And our shareholders' fund is in excess of 52 billion. And total assets of about 69 billion as of 2023. To add to our capacity, we have several A-rated reinsurance companies spread over the world that we do business with, who give us the requisite capacity to be able to carry your risk. Now, today we're talking about awakening the giants in the non-oil sector. We are open to give you the necessary support, to support you in the processing, in your factories, and even in the exporting of the proceeds. Okay? Naturally, as entrepreneurs, you'll be worried. What will happen to the shipload of goods I'm sending to Europe, to China, to wherever? If something happens and there's a shipwreck or whatever, what happens to my money? What happens to the money I got from Zenith Bank? What happens to the facilities I got from Zenith Bank? We say to you this afternoon, you have nothing to worry. Just come to us. We'll give you the necessary support that will give you that confidence to go about your business. Should anything happen, come to us. We'll make sure, we'll fix you up, we'll make sure we'll return you back to that financial position you were before the loss. So we are, don't worry, I'll soon be done. So we're on the first floor, just at the back there. You can come over to us for us to discuss and see how we can partner together to reawaken that giant. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to quickly move into our panel session, which is about repositioning non-oil exports to boost FX inflows. First, let me call to the stage Dr. Kanya Williams. He's the Director, Trade and Exchange Department at the Central Bank of Nigeria. One round of applause for him as he comes to the stage. Very, very much looking forward to his thoughts. You're welcome, sir. Also calling to the stage Mrs. Bolaji Sofulue, who is, of course, the Managing Director at the ETK Group. Next up, the Honorable Otumba Tola Fashiru, Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security at Osun State, and also the founder of Colossus Investments Limited, which is a very appropriate name since we're talking about awakening a giant. I like that, Colossus Investment Limited. Also to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Obiora Madu, CEO of Multimix Group. You're welcome, sir. Also, Mr. Adeniro Ige, Head, Export Financial Desk at Zenith Bank. We have to have him on the panel. Zenith Bank has to be on the panel. He runs a very important desk. Last and not least, ladies and gentlemen, please a warm round of applause for Mavis Ayeju, who's the CEO at Modesty Training Limited. Panel, thank you so much for joining us. Unfortunately, we're pressed for time, so we have to make our answers very brief. Dr. Williams, let me start with you. Do we ignore oil? This morning, oil prices fell to a 9-month low, $73 a barrel. Nigeria's budget benchmark is $77.96 for 2024. Qatar, a nation of less than 3 million people, used its oil revenues to fund a World Cup. Saudi Arabia is using oil revenues to build a non-oil economy. Can we ignore oil's role in boosting non-oil exports? The mic to your left or right is fine.
Okay, let me quickly start background why we have reached the level we are here. First of all, by way of background, everybody knows knows intentions toward non-oil export abound. Data also reveals discussions and practices around non-oil exports. Recall recently, not too long ago, where we put this RT200, where Zenith Bank was a key player. And in that RT200, 5 pillars were articulated that will have awakened this giant we're talking about, not only waken it, but bath it and dress it and put life into it and come into. So displacement of non-oil export has been for long. How oil came to overtake was just probably policies around it, things around it, no focus, financing, and all the direction that we're talking about. But I think for the last, not even last 9 years, for more than 9 years, we've been driving towards that to see, that export area comes into. Happily, we see banks like Zenith and others coming into, play now. So we're just at a ray of hope. It is what we need to do to push this thing forward.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Ige, let me come to you since you're on the desk that runs a lot of exports. I want to get your thoughts on oil, but also what Zenith Bank is doing, your desk in particular, in order to boost non-oil exports. But I do want to get your thoughts on the impact of oil on boosting non-oil exports.
Thank you very much, Rotus. But I'd first of all like to appreciate our esteemed exporters. I see a lot of them here. It would be remiss of me not to appreciate them for the support they've given to the bank. We've had a very functional partnership that has supported the growth of non-oil, and all the results that was displayed this morning is a result of the cooperation we enjoyed from our exporters. I say a very big thank you to those who are in the audience and those watching us online. To your question, it's obvious oil gradually is going down. And if you look at the innovation in the world, we are looking at electronic vehicles. So demand for oil definitely will go down. And we have a unique opportunity. The country is naturally endowed. So we have to grow our non-oil exports, and investment needs to go into backward integration. How can we grow more? A lot of exporters play in the middle where you buy the seeds and then you export. We need to focus on cultivating more by using innovation. For us and Zenith Bank, regarding non-oil, listening to our Group Managing Director, Dame Dr. Adara Omeji, ON, it's obvious that it's a strategic focus for us. And it's been like that from listening to the account of Mr. Awolowo regarding our chairman. So it's a strategic focus. We've been adding value. There are a lot of initiatives, advocacy programs that we're doing, apart from the non-oil annual seminar and the Zero to Hero program. We're also very dynamic with funding. And I know some of our exporters would want to have an issue with this. We fund our exporters. But what we do is we look at the risk. And even if we're saying no for a moment, we work with you to mitigate the risk. What are the risks? And then we work with them to get them to the level where we're able to fund them. Because we look at our risk acceptance criteria and we work them towards it. And we also collaborate with other non-bank financial institutions like Nexim and all the rest to ensure that exporters get the required funding. So in terms of dynamic funding for exporters, we also look at those who are doing export informally, because for us, compliance is top-notch for us. We ensure that they come to the formal sector, and then we're able to fund them. That way, we are growing the export base of the country, and we'll continue to do this. It's a passion for us in Zenith Bank, and we'll continue to drive non-oil export. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Bolaji, let me come to you and the rest. Round of applause. Great stuff. And also for the rest of the panelists, productivity and particularly electricity. You represent a trade group in the UK. That was electricity and power was something that was talked about a lot in the elections leading up. Last week, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, that's NERC, announced that 6 states in Nigeria now have the authority to regulate power. I think it was Enugu, Ekiti, Ondo, Imo, Oyo, and Edo State. As far as boosting your exports, productivity has to come into the conversation. Can you speak to electricity, right, and its role as far as infrastructure is concerned in boosting exports as far as productivity is for these SMEs?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Zenith Bank, for inviting me from England. I'm really honored to be here. Just talking about, electricity is just part of the big picture. It really is one of those things that every single industry requires to actually boost productivity. And now with the deregulation, what we're seeing is a heightened interest from players. I mean, just a month ago, or what is it? It's just more than a month ago, we were here for the investment roundtable with the Lagos State government, and we had invited some infrastructure players, specifically big names, big brands, that had come in to discuss how they could leverage on these opportunities. But the thing is, these are very long-term investments. And there has to be there has to be a bridge in between, something that can actually create the enabling environment for these factories to actually start producing. And I think that gap is what we're missing, because we're all talking about investment in the energy sector, but you know what it takes for infrastructure to go in. So the company that I chair the board of in the UK has just been given a contract to provide wind farms off the North Sea, and it's going to take us 20 years to complete that project, because we're talking wind farms right into the sea. So again, it's for us to have a stopgap solution to some of these broader infrastructure issues that we need to put in place in order to boost productivity.
Thank you so much for that. Honorable Otumba Afashiro, let me come to you. You are in Osun State, a state that is blessed with not only agriculture, but also mineral resources. A lot that has been discussed here from our MD and CEO was also value-added products. How do we make that jump? We talked about cocoa and how she was mentioning Germany doesn't export cocoa, but they export chocolates. They're part of it. What is cocoa? The chocolate market, $160 billion. So for you, sir, how can we bridge that gap to export more value-added products instead of just raw materials from states like Osun?
Thank you very much. I'd like to especially thank the management of Zenith Bank for inviting me. This is my second time here. I was here like two years ago, and I want to thank them for all they're doing to further boost export in Nigeria. And of course, supporting my company, Colossal Investment, one of the top 50 non-oil export companies in Nigeria. For me, I wear maybe 2 or 3 caps. I'm now in government with what my experience in the private sector, which is over 25 years. Fortunately, in Osun State, we have a governor that is very pragmatic, wanting to change the narratives. Recently, on Friday, we unveiled a number of tractors and inputs support for the farmers. So basically, the first place is to upscale production. You have to start with increasing what we have. The numbers are still small. If you look at it, cocoa, we're like number 5 now in the world. That wasn't our position before now. We're doing about 250,000 tons as compared to Ivory Coast doing 2 million tons of cocoa. So we're behind. Before we talk about, okay, Ivory Coast, can you hear me? Yeah, doing more in terms of value addition. The same thing in other commodities, cashews, we're lagging behind. So, but what the governors are doing, particularly in my state, is to boost productivity, increase productivity per acreage, and then take more land for production. In Osun State, for instance, we're getting about 31,000 hectares, new farmland, fresh, to boost production, getting in our youth, making them agripreneurs and all of that. Of course, mechanization, tractorization, to make things work very well. Of course, also, value addition is being encouraged. We are Thank you. Next week, we are having an industrial summit in Osun State, bringing in, inviting a lot of investors, a lot of industrialists to see that we're able to add value to what we are producing. We need to change the numbers. We need to expand what we are doing. We need to put in our very best to ensure that non-oil export grows. We cannot, of course, there have been a lot of efforts. I mean, Nexim, did a bit. It did its bit when it was in NEPC, growing the numbers from about $2.5 billion. I think now we're about $5 billion, but we're still far behind. There are countries doing $100 billion, $200 billion, and all of that. And these are countries that do not have the kind of capacity. I mean, in terms of agri-export. These are countries that do not have the kind of capacity that we have. We have the land, we have the water. We can plant all year round. You understand? So, but definitely, we are not where we used to be. We are not where you used to be. So, but definitely, we're making a lot of progress. And from the states too, beyond what is happening at the national level, I think the states are trying the bit.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Obiora Amadu, let me come to you. You're very passionate about services. We've talked a lot about commodities, items, but the services sector is the largest contributor to the economy. It's higher than industries and higher than agriculture. So, Dr. Obiora, can you speak to the export potential of services for us?
I want to thank Zenith Bank, first of all, and I want to put this on record. I was the first guest speaker 9 years ago. And I'm very glad to be back. Talking about services, it's actually a subject I think it's not being discussed enough in Nigeria. Globally, services export is growing faster than commodity export, where we are putting a lot of emphasis. Services export is 2/3. Investment in services export is 2/3 of the total investment in the global market. And Nigeria has the potential of doing so well, with 60% of our population being youths, with a +1 GMT, and so many other advantages that we have. So I think for a very long time, we have been stepping on services. I'll give you an example. Central Bank of Nigeria has a lot to do, and we've been saying this for over 10 years, that you have Form M and Form A for import. In export, you have Form NXP, but you do not have any form for services export. We don't even have records. Check the CBN report and see what the figure you will see on the services side. So the potential is, each time we're talking about non-oil export and people are talking only about cocoa and cashew, it baffles me. I'm in the educational sector, in logistics and supply chain management education. I have students from Congo currently, from East Africa, and other diseases. So there is so much to happen. I'm happy that Mrs. Mokwe Abudu is here. She's going to be in the next panel. She's the president of Association of Outsourcing Professionals of Nigeria. I am the immediate past president. So there is so much opportunity. When Awolowo was sharing, he pointed out a whole lot of services areas that can be. Logistics, some Nigerian companies in logistics are actually in like 9 African countries at this moment. And when the Honorable Commissioner from Lagos State mentioned, look, so much is going on in this place. So the nation is actually losing for the fact that we don't have records of services. And we have to be very, very careful. We've told Export Promotion Council that if you want to capture them, you have to figure out how to go about it. Because once you present government, it is tax they are seeing. So we have to be very tactical about it, because these are young people, very, very young people doing marvelous things in services. So let us pay attention to services export. I think this nation, because a lot of people, the capabilities are there. Each time I'm in Lagos Business School to teach these services, you ask them, have you exported services? Everybody says no. But when you start explaining what services export is all about, if you ask the question again, then you see some hands that says, I have exported services. So I'll leave it there until the next question comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Mavis Ayeju, CEO over at Modesty Trading. You're also in the agri space. Now, if you want to boost services, you got to have skilled labor. Yes? So can you speak to the need for skilled labor in order to be able to translate, or as a pass-through effect, to boosting export of services, or even in commodities, if we're talking about that as well?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I mean, I'd like to add to what he was saying. I think because there's a huge lack of skilled services, we have to just generate them ourselves, right? So meaning we come up with internal processes, trials and error, to be able to train our people to meet quality control standards. So while obviously the commodity sector has a lot of, unskilled labor requirements, but there's obviously a huge requirement for skilled laborers. And a lot of times you end up creating these yourself internally, right, to be able to meet quality control standards and reduce rejection rate potentials and all that. So definitely, generally human resources in Nigeria is probably one of the most difficult problems to face. But I think internally you have like a backward integration system where you figure these things out yourself within your processes and procedures.
Thank you so much for that. We're doing well on time. We've only got about 13 minutes left. So I do want to touch on other macro events that are going on that impact the cost structure for the businesses, like the exhibitors that are outside, the SMEs that are looking to export their goods and services. We'll get to interest rates. I want to get all your thoughts on interest rates. But first off, we all saw what happened yesterday. Fuel prices have been upwardly reviewed to 855, and that's at the NNPCL level. For non-fuel stations, they're looking at 1,012. Dr. Kanya, let me come back to you. Just quickly, briefly, if you can, the impact of the macroeconomic cost structures on businesses, how do they navigate past those type of hurdles in order to get their exports out there?
Thank you very much once again. If we are going to talk about that, I could take the whole day to talk about it, but I'll try to be quick, pick the numbers. First of all, from the central bank point of view, and from my desk, anything that has to do with export, is the best thing we're pushing on. We've been struggling with foreign exchange, the demand side management. We put all tools, nothing worked up to today. So we found out that the struggle, actually, the strategy has to be from export. And that's why we're all behind export. Let me digress a little bit to answer a very important question, the service person asked for. Very excellent. That very gap that is done, we're already working on it. It's not only that gap, we also found out that even other currencies like CFA, border trade, we're not capturing it. Most of our forms and execution. That we have started doing to bring to see the total picture. And again, the central bank is actually focusing on services. That's why we intervene. We try to renovate, and that's what we're doing, taking the National Theatre that everybody knows about it, funding it, bringing it so to get that one. On the macro issues, one point that was touched by Abba, when he was talking, he mentioned cost of interest rate. And I saw everybody being very, very interested. So that's why I would not let it go. I have to explain to that. Interest rates as it is today, the main focus of interest rate, which we found out that was impacting on the foreign exchange, was that too much money in the market. The only way you can use monetary economic tool to actually draw that is actually by bringing the interest rate. And interest rate, yes, you could do it for NPR 1, maybe 2-3 months. But we found out even in matured economies, what you do is a gestation period is not less than 6 months. So it shouldn't be a kind of a concern that that's the route the CBN is going to go. It's definitely going to come down, and you could see some moderation coming in the inflation. So that is settled. We agree with everyone. We can't cause any kind of a cost by bringing in, expensive costs into the production. We are aware of that, and we are working towards that. When you bring the oil into rate, hopefully, what we did when we heard about the Dangote coming in, that was a huge relief. If you are going to give 445, the first risk that we analyzed was that will the NNPC be able to actually give the Dangote? It's not by about saying amount. We put a total, found out an average of 1.3, conservatively we put, that the NNPC is doing. If you take the 445, you remain how much you are going to get, about 800 and something. Then the one committed already, that all know is no longer news. We found out that NNPC will still have about 180,000 barrels per day to even play with. But you have taken that chunk of it and you are playing in naira to naira. That is a good news that's going to, happen to us. Just pray that one comes on. That will be a huge relief. Because PMS alone and diesel and other fuel find out that we're importing about 45%. They take almost 1.2 billion monthly onto that. So when that one happens, these are the macroeconomic impacts that we're going to be seeing, both in GDP, both in exchange rate, probably moderation even in the interest rate. So like I said, I could talk forever on this. and so on. But I would just like to lay it down in case there are questions coming out of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Dinarega, let me come back to you. I mean, a lot of folks want lower interest rates, but monetary policy says that as long as you're trying to chase inflation and bring it down, you've got to be hawkish and keep raising the benchmark rate. So again, from your desk, where you're sitting, very important when it comes to exports, how do you see support for businesses that are facing these cost structures like higher fuel or even higher interest rates?
Thank you very much, Rotus. For businesses, the macroeconomic development, businesses at one point or the other will face headwinds. There will be challenges. You get to a strategic point of inflection where you need to take decisions. These challenges, if properly harnessed, they are opportunities. For our exporters, it's an opportunity to innovate. You've been doing business in a certain way, and it seems to be cost build-up, interest rate regime. That's the time to innovate. What can you put in place to increase your export proceed? Value addition. You can add value to what you are doing. If you are sending cashew nuts out, you get, for purposes of illustration, maybe $1. By the time you process the kernel, it goes to almost $4. It has a quantum leap effect. So all these challenges that are happening is not a time to buckle. It's opportunity for us to innovate. And for us at Zenith Bank, we always work with our exporters. Like I mentioned, I appreciated our exporters. We work together in times of boom, and when the headwinds come, we stay with them. So in the interest rate is dynamic. We work on it together, look at the fees, to ensure that it's not too burdensome. But businesses have to innovate, to survive, to navigate the strategic inflection point. So for me, all these that are happening, I see them as opportunities. Look at businesses differently, take advantage of even responsible sourcing. If you are able to grow...
That's local, you're talking about local sourcing, right?
Yes. Yeah. You get more value from buyers because you are exporting premium. Those are opportunities that exist. Do not just do business the way you've been doing it. You eliminate child labor, you pay attention to environment, you look at the ethical issues. These are achievable. The land is there. So there are opportunities. You just need to sit down together. For us on export, we're always available to provide these support services, and then we're able to navigate it. Thank you
so much. Coming to the end of the panel, unfortunately, because of time, Bolaji, you are also passionate about value-added goods. So how do we get there when you look at the headwinds that we're facing, that businesses are facing right now?
So one of the things I always talk about, so I provide growth and growth consulting at the business school at Oxford University. And one of the things that I find is crucial is the design thinking aspect. It's one thing for you to be providing a product to the market, but you need to consider whether or not the market wants your product. And what's unique about the product in the first place that will make people actually buy yours, right? One of the things that Alhaji Abbas said earlier was that when you're taking your product into a new market, there is competition, right? So what is it about your product? What is it about the value that you've created and then added to that product that will make it competitive? And so this competitive advantage is something that you can then use as a way to get closer to the customer. Because one of the biggest things, I always tell people, my company does market access and market entry. I always tell people the biggest challenge you will face is marketing and distributorship. And if you don't have the resource to market your product correctly, then you can't increase your exports. It's just as simple as that. But if you're not creating something that the market wants, or something that is unique, or something that potentially could crash prices because of the innovative value of it, then you can't really start thinking about how you can boost exports. So for me, I want to see more consolidation in this space, where we're thinking together as groups about how we can increase exports. I'd also like to see consolidation in value chains. I'd like to see leather manufacturers buying companies that produce bags, so that they can go a bit further down the value chain. And you can you're getting closer and closer to the customer, but you're also creating products that would add value to the local economy and the international space as well.
Thank you so much. We only got 3 minutes to round of applause. Fantastic answer there. Honorable, I just want you to just, very, very briefly, I want to talk about policies. Just, if you can just itemize just one, because we focused a lot about the private sector. Zenith Bank is in the private sector, but on the public side, policies that can aid non-oil exports, just very briefly from you.
Thank you very much. My legs are one private sector, public sector, so I can say it better. At this time, with all the rising costs and challenges in terms of infrastructure, fuel costs and a lot of deficiencies that we have in the economy, if we really mean business, if we really want to walk the talk, then we have to give incentives to the exporters. As we speak today, it's hard to come into export. The entry is more like tough, okay? So to encourage the young ones to come in, they need to give incentives. In the last 1 year, we've not had anything from NEPC in terms of the EEG. A lot of the exporters are being held the export expansion grant. That has to be visited very, very quickly to cushion the effect of these things on the exporter. If we didn't have the export proceeds or the exporters supporting this economy, I wonder where the Naira will be at the moment. And of course, support in terms of infrastructure, support in terms of making export easy at the port, for instance. Can we have a definite line for export so that export can get in very quickly? The couple of, there was a time export cargoes were getting spoiled in the containers. Well, of course, there's been a bit of improvement, but we need something better. Calabar Port is there. We should dredge it. We should allow big vessels to be able to come into that place. There's a lot in that belt. That what happens today now is those cargoes are trucked to Lagos. That is very, very uncompetitive. And don't forget, we're in a global world. And an exporter here in Nigeria is competing with the one in China, is competing with the one in Vietnam, and all of that.
Thank you so much. Very fantastic. Dr. Obiora, I'm going to round off at that point. You're very passionate about the services side. So what policies do you want to see as quickly as possible, about 30 seconds to a minute, as far as policies that you want to see to boost the services sector that you're saying should be promoted more in terms of exports? Policies.
All right, thank you very much. Just a couple of years ago, Commonwealth Secretariat, because in fact, the services export strategy for Nigeria was done by the Commonwealth. Because they also see the potentials, they got a consultant in Nigeria. They actually asked me to develop modules for training to prepare people for services export. So we did 9 modules, which is used to train people in services. With Commonwealth, we did some pilot projects in Nigeria. But they handed it over to NEPC and say, you can take it from here. But from that point, it didn't move an inch. It's not really about having the population or having the youth population. It's about the capacity. When I did a research for ITC on services export capacity of Nigeria, and then when I was distributing questionnaires, I sent to FAN, or Nigerian Airports Authority, and they said, export, we have no business with it. Then I asked them a simple question. Those foreign planes that land here, do they pay money? They say yes. I say, in what currency do they pay? They say they pay in dollars. So I said, you are exporting services. Because it is when the person who is paying you is not a resident in your country. So the awareness is very, very low. A lot of work needs to be done, but too much effort is going into commodities. But meanwhile, commodities will be left behind to an extent. Services is taking over with what is going on everywhere. So we need to build capacity. First of all, maybe build capacity first of the government agencies that are responsible for export promotion and others. And then after building their capacity, we then turn to the service providers. We need to expand the nets. There is so much. Is it fintech? Is it education? It's so much. Outsourcing, we haven't even scratched it a little bit. Only one company in Abuja, in outsourcing, has 1,800 staff who are all working for foreign companies and earning dollars. So there's so much that can be done. We're stepping on a whole lot of opportunities for this country. Let's use, in fact, in the words of Segun Awolowo, I think all of us should happen to Nigeria, not just a few people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mavis, I'm going to round off with you on the policy side. So what do you want to see in terms of policies that can boost capacity? As Dr. Bera has talked about, is it education? How do you see things working out in that regard?
Well, I hope you don't mind if I go off
please.
program. I think most of my fellow panelists have already spoken to what is needed, right? But I would actually really like to address the fact that we really need to actually appreciate what's happening in the financial sector. And I know this sounds strange as an exporter. I think there's a lot of misconception around how difficult it is, one, to access financing, and two, the exorbitant interest rates, right? But I think what a lot of people don't understand, that there is actually a sense of urgency by financial institutions to support exporters, and therefore there has been a lot of flexibility in trying to make that happen, right? And I think, I just had a few weeks ago, I had a meeting with Alaji Bello, I don't know if he's still here, of Nexim, right? There's not only a sense of urgency to finance export, but also to see exporters add value, right? And increase productivity, processing, etc. So I think we're always very negative about, banks and interest rates, but you'd be surprised that a lot of financial institutions are actually quite eager to finance export and are therefore looking to work together. 10 years ago, when you told someone you're in agriculture, please excuse my French, but they don't say your papa. If you were in agriculture 10 years ago, they would look at you like, what are you doing there, right? Now, you are like a celebrity, in all honesty, right? Like Mr. Bello said, when you're going to a bank and you're an exporter, you are now treated as someone that is important. 10 years ago, you were absolutely irrelevant. And I think we need to acknowledge that there is a fundamental change and a paradigm shift in this. It may not be where we want it to be yet, but when we come back for the 20th edition of this, the numbers will reflect this.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions in the audience? Again, we're really pressed for time. If you have a particular question you want to direct to, okay, I see a hand over there. We have to make this. Okay, so I think we'll get a microphone. I'll bring it to you. There's no microphone there. All right. Yeah, okay. Don't worry, I'm ready to. Okay, so sir, remember just your name, very, very brief, because we're really pressed for time, all right? And let us know who on the panel you're directing your question to.
My name is Enyeripe Jogo. I'm assistant editor with the Sun newspaper. I'd like to direct a question to two people. Okay, Dr. Obiora, he talked about services. Incidentally, I'm also representing a friend who is in the US, and then she's involved, she's working with some other Nigerians to create the Africa Diaspora Trade Organization. So I'm doing a little bit of, legwork for them, given my ability, given that I'm a journalist and I'm interested in this. I would like a situation where Dr. Bera, that you do more in letting people know that services is the way to go. So after this event, like the Ethiopian Union and the Bible, I'll come for your phone number. That's one. And I also will get the phone number of the head of Export Finance in Zenith Bank. Essentially, Africa Diaspora Trade Organization wants to collaborate with organizations that can help it do what they want to do in the US. They want to create access for people, small-scale organizations, individuals who want to access the US market, especially who can get in before AGOA expires next year. And they want to do that. They want to partner with people here so they can have that collaboration and create these opportunities and create these linkages. Thank you.
Dr. Bra, hopefully you heard him. He wanted to know how the awareness can be improved in terms of the services sector. That's what he was talking about. How do we spread the awareness that the services sector should be promoted almost as much as commodities?
Okay, thank you very much. I think, first of all, like I said earlier, the modules for training are there. The capacity to train is within. So it's to urge banks like Zenith Bank to recognize services. It's not just a potential, it's a huge opportunity waiting to be tapped. In fact, currently being tapped but not being captured. So for the capacity building, which can go, government agencies like NEPC can bring that on board and take it very seriously, because, if we started when Commonwealth left, by now we would have gone very, very far, but nothing has happened. So the banks will have to step in also to develop services. That will help, because what it means is together we can reach a wider audience and then capture everybody who is already in services. They are also in associations, AOPN, and so many other associations with assistance. Capacity building is easy. He can get my card. I've done a book on services export practice just to help. That's my own contribution to helping the industry grow. But assistance is needed from banks and other agencies. Thank you.
All right. Bola, do you want to chime in on that?
Hello. I just wanted to add to that, because being part of what they call the UK PLC trade machine, right? There needs to be awareness built in our trade missions around the world. We need to be talking to our trade desks who will promote the prospect of buying services from Nigeria, right? I think that's one thing that's really missing. Having trade representatives going into events where they're stationed, talking about the fact that you can get seasoned IT professionals, you can get seasoned people who can operate call centers, because we speak very clear English in Nigeria. And I think that's, for me, is what's missing, the promotion, in our missions around the world, but also locally. Last year, the Department for Business and Trade ran a campaign called Made in the UK, Sold Around the World. And what they did was they used ordinary exporters who were exporting services to promote the fact that they were selling services overseas. Because when you see someone that's actually done it successfully, the likelihood of you believing and spreading that word is more likely. So I think the government should actually use those who are already working in these spaces. And I'm talking to NEPC, the Ministry of Commerce. We need to really get people talking about their export successes, particularly in the services industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll leave it there. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. I want to take some pictures as well. Panelists, you want to please stand and get together. If our photographers are around to snap our panelists. Thank you so much. It was a very engaging. We could have gone longer, but unfortunately, of course, our GMD, please, on the stage with our panelists to join them. And she's calling on the directors as well. Directors, join our GMD CEO, who has been an excellent host for us, to take some pictures with our panelists. One second, she wants to take it with them, and then you guys show. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists. What an insightful and very dynamic conversation. The conversation continues, so please, I would crave your indulgence to give us another 30 minutes, and we'll take a few more questions, and then we come to the end of today. So to take the next panel, I'm going to invite the following panelists. First, we have Mr. Derry Nnaji, Controller at Tin Can Island Port. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage. Please keep the applause going. Then we have the MD CEO of Starlink Global and Ideal Limited, Alhaji Adeyemi Mutada Adeniji. Then we have, representing the MD CEO of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Dr. Charles Okaga, and we'll give them a round of applause once I've announced all of them and they can all come on stage. Then we have Mrs. Adora Nwono, Deputy Director of Trade Services at the Nigerian Shippers Council. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, the media team have told us there's a lot of noise in the hall. So I would ask that we please settle down so I can properly introduce the panelists, please. So I'll wait until the noise has come down before we introduce the panelists so we can give them the due honor that is due to them. So ladies and gentlemen, our media team have kindly asked that we keep the noise down in the hall so we can move on with the proceedings. May I just ask for some quiet, please, so we can properly introduce the next set of panelists. And I'm going to do those introductions again, so you know who each and every one of them. So I would just ask that you please stand up and be recognized as I call your names again. So I'll go back to the beginning of that. So seated on the panel, we have Mr. Derry Nnaji, Controller at Tin Can Island Port, representing the MD and Controller General of the Nigerian Customs Service. Thank you very much, sir. We also have the MD CEO of Starlink Global and Ideal Limited, Alhaji Adeyemi Mutada Adeniji. Thank you, sir. We have representing the MD CEO of NPA, Dr. Charles Okaga, the AGM for Operations. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Then we also have representing Barrister Pius Akuta, who is the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council. We have Mrs. Adora Nwono, Deputy Director of Trade Services at the Nigerian Shippers Council. Thank you very much for joining us. We have Mrs. Mokwe Abudu, Managing Director of Global Venture Capital. And last but by no means least, the delectable Mrs. Chizoba Christiana Anyika, Deputy Director, Tin Can Island Port, Nimasa. Thank you very much for joining us. So we're going to just take about 30 minutes to have a discussion on this panel. We have some heavyweights on this panel. I'm sure many of you agree. We have the NPA, we have the Nigerian Customs Service, we have our financiers, and we have the Shippers Council. These are very integral people in the value chain of exports for Nigeria. So I'll come to you first of all, Mr. Nnaji, Nigerian Customs Service. You're representing as the controller of Tin Can Island Port. I think there was a comment earlier in the session about how we can move the customs function from one that is really about revenue generation to one that actually facilitates trade. So I guess the question for you is that many Nigerians, many exporters, many shippers, even individual people often express frustration around the taxes, they express frustration around the high cost of doing business. What has been the evolution of the customs service, and how are you positioned today to actually enable and become a trade facilitator for Nigerian exporters?
Thank you very much. Let me first appreciate Zenith Bank for consistently inviting the Nigerian Customs Service to this program. I've been here several times, and we've been partnering with you. Let me say that the Nigerian Customs Service was actually funded by traders, unknown to so many people. The Royal Niger Company funded customs as an institution that will help them collect tax from the hinterland. So we have been associated with trade, but like Chief Shegu said earlier on, we are moving from import tax to promotion of export. And that is why we consider our presence here today as a very significant one. Now, you may have asked me, what have we done in recent time? The present Controller General of Customs has been pioneering export processes, particularly since he came around. But besides that, for Nigerian Customs Service, what we've done is to automate some of our processes, having realized that emphasis in the past has been so much on import. But with the change by Nigerian economy towards non-yield exports, we have been partnering. And one of the things that we've done is to streamline our processes, particularly in building the capacity of industry holders. One of the people sitting down here with us just hosted custom officers at Starlink. We visited them, and they hosted some students from the Customs Academy who chose the team exporting and improving export value chain as their course of study for this. That means the service have realized that the future of its operation lies on export. And one of the things that we've also done is to improve and identify those people that will help us through the authorized economic operator syndrome, through the advanced ruling processes, but most importantly, enhancing the supply time. And that is why we also introduced the time release study. One thing we've also done as far back as 2017, when the export industry suffered some of the huge losses as a result of delays associated with the port corridor, was to also partner with other government agencies like the Nigerian Port Authority to advance the movement of cargo through the waterways by introducing the barge operations. And then when we resumed this year, 2024, in the port, one of the first things we did was to clear the port corridor, which has been intractable since over 10 years. Export value chain people were complaining they couldn't move their export inside. So I will say that we realized the importance of export, and we partnered with other government agencies to improve on it.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Darian Nanji, a round of applause. And it's really music to our ears to hear about the automation and technology aspects of what you're doing. I'm going to come now to Dr. Charles Okagai. Around 85% of the nation's cargo actually passes through Apapa Port. So my question to you is, what is the future of port infrastructure and partnership to improve access across the country? How can public sector and private sector partnerships work to enhance the work that NPA is doing as part of that value chain?
Thank you so much. The Nigerian Ports Authority over the years have been a leading agency with regards to the involvement of private sector participation in the provision of port services. And in speaking to this, we play a significant role in the establishment of Lekki Port, which is an automated port, and which is an indication that Nigeria is trying to move towards positioning itself for global competition. In addition, as we speak, there is an ongoing commissioning at Onne Port of a $115 million investment by one of our terminal operators, the West African Container Terminal. So this is also to move towards the SDG goals of greener ports and then environmental friendly ports. All of these and many other developments that Nigerian Ports Authority has been driving around private sector investment in the provision of port services. But speaking straight to the issue of export processing within the port, particularly in the Lagos corridor, the numbers have significantly improved between 2022 to date as a result of a very robust stakeholders engagement. that engagement led to the creation of a special export processing command by the Nigerian Customs Service, such that all export processing within the Lagos area is collapsed into just one command, and once documentation is concluded with that command, exports go freely into the port. Furthermore, the Nigerian Ports Authority, on the guidance and directive of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, had established about 10 to 12 export processing terminals. This is actually to mop up and streamline the entering of cargo into the port, export cargo. And since this establishment, the numbers are also there to show the improvements that we have had. And to reduce obstacles and conflicts between some non-state actors along port corridors, we move export containers from the EPTs by road on manifest. So we move 10 trucks carrying about 20 containers hourly, and those trucks are escorted into the port. As the CG Custom had mentioned, we have also movement by water. So there are some of the export processing terminals that are basically servicing the port by barges, and then recently we also have had improvements in rail, in movement of cargo in and out of the port by rail. So these are some of the few improvements that we have made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think one of the things that you highlight is just how we need the integration of our entire infrastructure network. The roads, the rails also have to work to support port operations and port infrastructure. So Mrs. Awuna, one of the things that people may not be aware of is that we talked about higher fuel prices and how that's impacting productivity. But as a representative of the Shippers Council, ships themselves use bunker fuel. They use heavy oil in some of the operations to drive engines. How are some of these macroeconomic or energy sector price hikes affecting operations for shippers? And how do you see your role vis-a-vis some of the other stakeholders, such as the Ports Authority and the Nigerian Customs Service? Are you working in harmony to ensure that exporters are getting the most efficient service? Can you tell us a bit about how these dynamics are impacting you?
So thank you very much, and I would like to say thank you as well for having us here. I also like to express the inability of my chief executive to be here. He would have loved to be here, Mr. Akuta himself. He would have loved to be here, but unfortunately he couldn't be here because there's another landmark industry event going on at ONE at the moment, and so he had to be there. So thank you for recognizing our role in supporting free flow of trade, seamless trade. That's what we do at the Nigerian Shippers Council to ensure that shipment is done under the most cost-effective and efficient manner, because of course therein lies the price reduction and all that. So back to your question, of course, dynamics in shipping. Shipping is a global business. So oftentimes, you're not going to be able to come down on things like freight rate and declare a freight rate. Freight rate oftentimes is a function of transaction and documentation and logistics environment in your own country. So it now behoves on you to take certain steps, deliberate steps, that will create that enabling environment, ensure that those costs, arbitrariness, that could oftentimes put your shippers, put the exporters, at the other side, at the negative side, of shipping services, don't happen. Because sometimes you wonder, why is it more expensive to ship, within Africa than it is to ship even to Europe? To ship to Turkey right now, I think for a 40-foot container is about $1,450 US. But to ship to Sierra Leone, you're talking about $2,150 US. Congo, Kinshasa, you're doing about $4,000 US. Why is that? So it tells you that there's something wrong with your own environment. So we have to keep working together, take those actions, that deliberate actions that we need to take. There has to be that willingness deal with the first infrastructure, look at the transaction, reduce documents. Why should an exporter have to export with over 10 documents? Why should you take 10 documents to export? In Ghana, it takes you just about 3 documents, and you export in 2 days in Ghana. Why would you take 2 weeks, even here, to access the port? So those are fundamental issues that we need to do, clean up our own business environment. That way, you can negotiate better. You can even get better freight rates. Because when your environment is so stifled, when it's so encumbered, the other panelist said earlier on that entering the export business is so difficult. The commissioner, I think, from our grade. And I wondered why. Why should getting into the export business be difficult? Why should there be barriers? Why should an incomer see only barriers? It ought not to be. If we have, agreed and accepted that that is the way to go, that we either export or perish, so why then should entering that business be difficult? Because when you promote and facilitate trade, more trade will happen. And of course, that's economic, growth for everybody. So just to answer your question specifically, we have, peculiar issues. So for Shippers Council, we have taken steps. One is the inland dry ports. We have inland dry ports spread across different locations in the country. Dry ports meant to decongest the ports, also bring shipping services closer to the doorstep of the shippers. Not every shipper is in the city or in the port city. So an exporter should be able to package his goods, her goods, and take it to the IDP closest to him and put it on board on the rail. The rail will bring it to the port. That's what it should be. So we are promoting that. We have some already. We have in Dala. Somebody even talked about Dala earlier. So there's one in Dala Inland Dry Port, and other cities. Some will still come on as we go along.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And, you can almost hear you surmounting the challenges as you're speaking. I think thanks for highlighting the lay of the land, so to speak, and speaking on behalf of your industry association. I'm going to come to Alhaji Adeniji. You've been in this business for decades. You've been running a big agricultural commodities export business. You've been leading the charge in this space. And of course, you're a very esteemed and valued client of the bank. How have you overcome some of the obstacles? And perhaps for people who want to get into the export business, who want to get into agribusiness, commodities, and how are you engaging stakeholders to make the environment more conducive to your business and other businesses in this space?
Well, thank you very much. I think I need to first thank Zenith Bank. Your years of engagement of doing this program has really helped. Without Zenith Bank, we would not have been able to reasonably make the custom, the MPA, all our agencies to come to terms with reality. We have not solved the problem. Yes, I remember 3 or 4 years ago, it was me and custom. And immediately after the program, the controller of custom in Lagos State drove straight to my office to say, how do we solve the problem? And the result of it is what we see today. Custom can see by my side. Unfortunately, we have allowed the commissioner in Lagos State for Trade to go. Because between Mile 2 and Tinkan, you still have 35 Ecomong roadblocks. And those ones are making the business very difficult. I said it to one of my friends, if I'm to start export business today, I will not succeed. Because there are so many trouble bringing in new people into it. And unfortunately, I'm happy here today for 2 reasons. The set of the most brilliant people in Nigeria are bankers. Because when you look at them, the best of graduates are the ones that the banks brings into the system.
No doubt about that. And that is why they need to do better than what currently we are doing. You are trying. We need to engage the government, the stakeholders, because we are in this together. If we don't, we are only creating a possible catastrophic consequences for this country. And for the generation that are coming, who are 60% young people coming up, how would they be able to survive in this very toxic environment? I listened to the Shippers Council representative here. You are not sure whether they represent the shippers or the shipping lines, because most of the time they are not helping us, honestly. At times when you write even letters to them, it will take you 2 years before you get a response. The shipping lines and the terminal operators who government has given the terminals to, they have made export very difficult. I trade in 6 West African countries. Nigerian shipment is the most expensive in terms of rate, in terms of logistics, in terms of problems, in terms of time to get your products to the port. Thank God that we have Custom and MP that have really come together to remove some of those bottlenecks. But we still have the terminal operators that are very, very terrible, honestly. And we need to change the dynamics and the narratives about this country, about export business. My experience in other West African countries has shown that they may be lazy, but they have processes and procedures. In Nigeria, you don't even know what you are going to see tomorrow. You have a policy today, it will somersault. I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, Nigerian Federal Produce Services do fumigation in your warehouses. But it's the quarantine that write the certificate. Do you understand what I mean? The APIS will come to your warehouse to do fumigation. They will not write the certificate. It's the quarantine that will write the certificate of that. And honestly, it's a big issue. You have these agencies, apart from custom now, you have these agencies that are duplicating their job at the port, which is not necessary. Why is it asking Mr. Custom and MPA, why don't we have the scanners? I've been to Morocco. We have been to Lome here. You don't need human beings to be so many at the port. What do you need? Scanners. Your container can go. It's better now with custom, but it is not better with other agencies. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think overall what I hear you saying is we're not where we used to be, but we're not where we ought to be. And perhaps we have more stakeholders on stage now, so perhaps that engagement can go. And I'm going to give Mrs. Onwono the opportunity to respond because he did address the Shippers Council, but maybe when we come for a second round, so maybe you can hold your thoughts and we'll come to you. And I want to come to Mrs. Mokwe Abudu. You've heard a lot of what have been said. You're in the finance space, in the non-bank finance space. You fund investments, you fund companies. Hearing some of these challenges and the opportunities we've had, how do you think, what sort of private sector-led solutions do you see to put our entire export infrastructure, whether it's the shipping, the ports, the customs, the fumigators, in a place where they can be funded, they can be scaled into businesses that are solving problems and reaching their full potential?
Hello? Okay. First of all, I want to send my sincere appreciation to Zenith Bank for the invite. I'm deeply honored, and it's an honor to be here. It's very interesting to hear, firsthand from the challenges that are going on, still in the face of the huge opportunities that we have it. Now, the private sector is all about seeing the opportunities and navigating ourselves around the challenges rather than, getting to a stop rope. Now, it's important that finance is directed to the right place, but because we're finance, we're always interested in making sure that the returns can almost be guaranteed. And that is making sure that there is a market, and that market is continually provided with what they need to do. So we are at the stage where technology has to play a huge part in eliminating inefficiencies, eliminating wastages, eliminating skills that are no more useful for the era in which we need to do. And what we are doing in the private sector, and particularly as a venture capital fund, is identifying what will make businesses competitive. And that means the synergies and the collaborations with all stakeholders within the value chain, including the government. And where the government can, provide that support are enabling policies, and then allowing those who are more hands-on, who I really call the midwives, who are the last mile operators, do the work in actually working with our export providers to become more competitive on the world stage. Previous speakers have said it is not enough to just talk about commodities. It's not enough to just talk about the low value properties that we have. We need to add more value, which means incorporating technology, bringing the market to their doorstep, no more going out, bringing international markets, and that means creating products that would stand the test of time in different markets, not just for our local buyers, but around the world. And what is very important is that there is an intersection with services and products as well. It's now blurring, because even if we're talking about the agri space and the commodities, you would find you need the fintech in order to make payments as seamless. You need the logistics to make sure that you can actually get your goods in the same quality while it is transiting from point A to point B. Other people want to be able to trace and make sure that the quality is not depreciating all through. So technology is infusing all these different aspects. And for us as venture capital, we are very interested in making sure that the footprint of our local producers are global, no more local. And that means the standards must be heightened. Now, for our people services, it's also very important that our skills are made for the century that is going to be. It's no more, industrialization, it's technology. So we need the skills, and it's not just training, it's also making sure that they have the opportunities to exhibit these skills, because experience is different from just having a textbook knowledge. So you need those who would absorb them and those who will be able to provide.
Tinkan Island Port, I know there are volumes that are being shipped out of that particular port as one of the infrastructure nodes, but can you tell us some of the recent improvements and solutions being deployed to ensure even the safety of operations within some of these infrastructure hubs, as well as even the safety of ships as they're going coast to coast and they're shipping goods around the world? Some thoughts for you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Rolake. Thank you, Zenith Bank. Thank you. I bring you compliments from the DG CEO of NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberiola. The Tinkan Island Port is under the western zone of NIMASA. In Tinkan Island Port, we execute our mandate under the visionary leadership of our DG CEO for safe, secure shipping towards, our national shared prosperity. So in Tinkan, we have our regulatory functions and our promotional function. Under the regulatory function, we have terminals in the port. The MPA is our landlord. The PTML, the MRS, the Ports and Cargo Joseph Dam, and the 5-star terminals. So we regulate, we pay them unannounced visits to ensure that they comply with the mandate of the agency. In addition to that, the ISPS code is there. In Tinkan Island Port, we are, properly positioned because all the departments in the agency is represented in the port. So we have a team that go on board the vessel. For our regulatory function, when they go on board the vessel with a checklist and get the manifest, after analyzing the manifest for the revenue drive for the 3%, we are moving further in the area of diversification, looking at the emerging opportunities within the sector. So we have, gone ahead to develop a framework. We developed a template whereby after the analysis of the manifest to drop the 3% revenue, we look at the volume of non-oil trade that come into our port. We look at the frequency, we look at the type of cargo, and then we look at the trade areas. So we're working with 3 R's. We'll read, we'll research, and then we'll reach out to the stakeholders that are involved. So recently we have created a promotional desk. We call it the shipping promotion desk under the shipping development. Here they carry out enlightenment campaign to sensitize prospective indigenous players in the non-oil field. So it's, I will borrow the word of Mr. Awolowo that today is a day for us to brag. Under the visionary leadership of our DG, we are transiting from our keying into revenue drive into empowerment. Educating people, showing them the investment opportunities in the sector. So when we read up, like about a few days ago, and on the paper, there was an item on non-oil export from NEPC. So we read that and we research. When they launched at in the port, the agency was part of that launch. We're ably represented. Why do we do that? In addition to attending our berthing and voyage meetings, to have direct interface with these shipping agents and the exporters, we're able to research into what, they have a plethora of challenges. So when we gather all this, we put up a report. This report is presented to the executive management deliberation, and then we go ahead a step further for human capacity development. We develop modules for training. So we invite them, even the cargo handlers, the seafarers. You know that we also take care of dock workers and seafarers on board the vessels. So we develop these modules to train them. We develop these modules to ensure that knowledge is not lacking, to ensure that the requirements are met, to ensure that the checklist is abided by, to ensure that there is maximum compliance. You can see that I appeared in blue today. So we're dealing with blue economy. And if we're going to shift from crude to non-oil exports, you know that a dwarf cannot give birth to a giant. So a dwarf fruit cannot give birth to a giant. So we are actually adding value and collaborating. We're strengthening our synergy. I am very glad that my colleague is here, Mr. Nadi, and our landlord is here, the MPA. My sister Adora is also here, Shippers Council. So we're strengthening our synergy and collaboration with sister agencies, all the MDAs that are relevant in the port. We are part of the Port Security Committee. We're in that platform. So, one hand, if there's any challenge, we network.
Thank you.
So we are strengthening that relationship to have a seamless processes in the port. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chizova Anyika of NEMASA. We're going to come to the floor now because we've run out of time. But just before we do that and take the final closing remarks, I want Mrs. Adora Nwono, perhaps maybe you also want to respond to some of the things that Alhaji Adeniji said very quickly before we come to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. At the Shippers Council, we have a very robust complaints handling platform. It's an industry where everybody uses it. And through this platform, I dare to say we have saved the economy over 6 billion in the past few years. Complaints handling in the sense that, in shipping, we know there must be issues. There are always issues. between service provider, user, and the likes. So that platform is a platform we use to ensure, that users of shipping services are not taken advantage of by shipping lines or terminals or the likes. So through that platform, we've resolved issues. Some of them are stemming from demurrage, different issues. But in the past few years, we have saved over 6 billion naira to the economy, and we're still on it. You can go and check it. So it's rather charitable. I think I find it uncharitable for the Starlink to have used, maybe had one singular experience. And I believe that is not the experience of most exporters. That would be different. And so I would not say that singular incident probably reflects the spirit or the service delivery consciousness of Nigerian Shippers Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adora. I think one of the things we have to highlight, we have a diversity of voices with people with different experiences along the value chain. So I think the hope is that from this dialogue, we will see further dialogue and engagement and collaboration across all players. So a round of applause to all the panelists. So we're going to come to the floor and take a maximum of 2 questions very briefly. And I'll start over here with the gentleman here, please.
I am Usman Bala Muhammad, MNI, the Special Advisor to the Governor of Kano State. Mine is not really a specific question, but rather an intervention. And also perhaps the question may run across the various panelists. In this particular seminar, I think the purpose for which it is convened has been greatly achieved in the sense that a lot of diagnoses have been made. Expositions were very clear, and a lot of teasing problems were out. But the essence is that all these issues need to mellow down on actions. A lot of policy actors are here, and the impact of this particular engagement or seminar should really impact on policy decisions. Unless we're able to make policy actors that are here take policy actions with the ability to address the myriads of expositions that were made in terms of problems associated with various issues related to non-oil export in the industry, will be doing nothing, perhaps dancing in the same place. This is the 9th edition, I might understand. Perhaps in the 8th edition, a lot of issues, a lot of problems were exposed, but no action taken by various stakeholders. So I think Zenith Bank's investment in this seminar will be worthy when there is in the communique various policy issues, that are itemized. I could remember in one of the presentations, just 1% of the loanable funds are made available for non-oil, export. That is saying that there's dearth in financing for the non-oil sector. If nothing is done by CBN to address that, we won't go anywhere. We won't go anywhere. And even the service sector is not even recognized by CBN. So I would like to say, we need to bring out these issues in terms of policy action, and then we need to come up with policy recommendations so that all stakeholders that are involved, are given recommendation and implementation strategies with a view to address the problems.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we'll be dancing in the same place, even when we come to the 10th edition.
Thank you very much, Alaji, for your constructive contributions. We'll take one more from the lady there. We have one more question, and then we'll come back to the panel. And when we come back to the panel, I will ask all panelists, whoever is responding to the question, I would also ask all panelists to please give their final closing remarks based on all the discussion that has been had here today.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I represent a company, Denka Services Limited, the export arm of Denka Services Limited. I feel honored to be here because when it has to do with export, I'm very passionate about it because I know that is the one solution that this country needs. And for me, prosperity demands that I do my part in this country, and I think every person that is above 20 years in this country also owes it to this country. This country, when you talk about export, most times we face the giants, but there are so many dwarfs, and the dwarfs are many. So when you talk about export, I like to group it into two, the macro and the micro. The macro are the big commodity dealers that send things, that have the capacity to send things out. But you see the dwarfs, the small people, they are, when you gather the dwarfs, you see they turn into massive giants. And there are a lot. And this country is peppering most of the dwarfs that they can't even grow to even become giants. What am I saying? Like we have a terminal that is certified by MPA to be an export processing terminal. If you're sending anything by ship to South Africa, it takes you nothing less than 74 days to 90 days. If you're sending to UK, it takes you just 19 days to at least less than 30 days. If you're sending things to US takes you between 24 to 30 days. If you're sending to Canada, it takes you like 47. So Africa, what is Africa really doing about the connectivity between Africa? You're sending something, okay, like last month, there was crude palm oil from, okay, I'm rounding up now. So what am I saying? There is need for us to really sit down, like he said. It shouldn't just be about jamboree. People gather. The reason I'm in this Zenith Bank Expo, most times I don't like going, is because Adora, I have been following her, and I know she's an action woman. And I know that definitely, whatever I say here today, she will put considerations into it. We should consider those cottage industries because they do a lot of export. And logistics is so expensive that people should also look into logistics. It will help exports a lot.
Thank you very much for your very passionate contribution. I think we at Zenith Bank definitely appreciate the importance of voices like yours. So maybe perhaps to throw this to the panel, I would ask Dr. Charles Okaga perhaps to respond very briefly to her, some of your thoughts and suggestions, and then starting from Mrs. Mokwe Abudu to give some final closing words. You've heard a lot here today, and we'll go down along the panel. So perhaps, Dr. Charles, you have some responses to what she said.
Thank you so much. Again, it's Herculean. A lot has been done. With regards to logistics, prior to now, we all know that it takes 3 weeks for a truck to do a turnaround from the port. But since the roads have been cleared, it takes less than 3 days for trucks to do turnaround. About 2-3 months ago, or 6 months ago, the dwell time of cargo in the export processing terminal, because she mentioned the export processing terminal, was 3 weeks.
But as we speak, as at today, in any of the export processing terminals in the ports, the dwell time of cargo is 24 hours. Now, I must do an expose here. Part of the challenges we are grappling with is that particularly for the small cottage business exporters, the trucks they engage to go into the port, when they get into the export processing terminal, they store. Until they get a cargo that they will take out of the port, they refuse to go. So, what we are doing is now to penalize such trucks so that they don't distort our KPIs. So if you engage a truck, it's not the business of custom, it's not the business of NPA. But the truck refuses to go into the port because there is no cargo to take back out of the port. So these are some of the problems that we are facing. And if we can deal with that, the logistics issue and cost will be further reduced to the exporter.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaga. I think there's so much more we can discuss around this, including the role of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But as we come to round up, I'll start here and I'll move down the panel. So some very brief closing remarks from all our panelists, and I'll start with Mrs. Mokwe Abudu.
What I see here is major opportunities. I'm not even seeing the challenges. But personally, I'm coming from, and I'm a proponent of digitalization. Most of these...
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we have quite a lot of noise on stage, which is making it very difficult for us to hear. So if we could just kindly ask for you to bear with us for a bit more. So please, let's move very, very quickly. Very, very brief remarks, 1 minute.
So what we need to do is to make sure that we can surmount most of these problems by doing more of a hub and spoke. For the cottage industries that are having problems in terms of logistics, we could actually put them into a bucket and be able to provide the same services which will spread the risk and spread the cost across using technology. What we need to do is to ensure that we limit the wastage and limit the exposure of small businesses so that they can grow. Businesses should not have the title of being an SME forever. They should become conglomerates by using their opportunities next to them.
Thank you very much. And I'll come to Mrs. Adora. A round of applause for her. Mrs. Adora and Wano, please.
Thank you very much. My closing remarks will be around just a few things. What to do. Like I said earlier, logistics is very key. If we deal with it, we'll bring down cost. So we need to look at what are those factors. One, transport, rail. Do we have a functional rail, dedicated rail service? So we look along those lines. There has to be a dedicated rail service that even feeds off the port and feeds into the hinterland. That will drive down cost. So that is one of the ways, we can support export going forward. There has to be dedicated. The transport systems need to speak to one another. If you have facilities that are not speaking to one another, it's only a waste of resources and taxpayers' money. So the EPTs and the dues, we have what we call the domestic export warehouses, need to have an interface. That's when you can say you're really supporting the exporter and driving down costs. But if they're all sitting in silos, you're rather, like I said, a waste of taxpayers' money. Finally, I would like to say automation. Automation is that thing that will change everything we're talking about here. Automation is that thing that, in fact, is that light that when you shine that light, all the rats run away. When we automate our systems, we have driven that. So most of the shipping lines and terminals are almost fully automated. We ensured they did that. The Shippers Council insisted, you must automate. So now they have all automated. But beyond that, the other American systems that play in that ecosystem also need to be automated. So when we automate, I can say everything, most of the things we're dealing with now would go away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alhaji Adeni, I think I'll give you the last word. So I'm just going to go to the representative from Nigerian Customs, Mr. Naji, and I'll let you have the last word after Mrs. Anyika has also spoken. Over to you, Mr. Naji, please.
Thank you very much. For us, having realized that export is growing, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is going to be the next boom, we think there is need for us to also look towards what my sister here mentioned, those small-scale exporters who constitute 80% of the people that struggle with export at the airport, from the seaport. One thing that we realize is that whereas people don't pay duty for exportable goods, except for those earlier imported for which is being re-exported when you are required to pay 2.5% of the current value. Basic products produced in Nigeria, you don't pay tax on them, you don't pay duty. So the question is, how come several people, like she said, don't take advantage of that? We found out that there are so many documentations. We will request that, as at this morning when I checked, there are between 11 to 24 documentation processes for export. We are looking forward to when we can collapse such documentations to a single-digit document as we have achieved in customs. We started AEO program for import, and the other one is into food processing. What that means is that they can export their cargo from Nigeria without customs intervention, and those products can also be received at the country where they exported to without further custom intervention in those countries. Yeah. It's our expectation that we should have more of such companies from the SMEs, but the only way we can achieve that is if we're able to collapse documentation process and make it easier for them, and of course also make provision for funding for some of them. Sorry, let me give you one example. During the exchange rate crisis, a young man approached me in my office in Tinkan and said, "Sir, last time I imported containers, I imported 10 containers. Now I've imported 5. Sir, as I'm talking to you, I have only 3. I said, "Why?" He said, "Whenever I sell, I cannot get enough resources to import again." And I asked him what product. He told me. I said, "Have you considered producing such products in Nigeria and export to neighboring countries?" He said, "Is that possible? Can I do that?" I said, "You can." And I put him through on the incentives in customs that he can use to bring in spare parts and raw materials for that same product and produce in Nigeria. As I'm talking to you now, he had just set up a factory somewhere in Lagos where he's producing. So we shouldn't just give up by thinking that it's not possible. What we think is what Zenith Bank is doing, creating awareness for Nigerians and letting them know that there are opportunities out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think there's a real opportunity for Zenith Bank to partner on our Zero to Hero program to help more of these SMEs actually go through the fast track process. Thank you very much. Dr. Charles Okaga, very briefly, and Madam Chizoba.
Yeah, thank you so much once more. I just have to stress that the policy trust of the new Managing Director of Nigerian Ports Authority, Abubakar Dansoho, is to focus on automation as a means of improving port efficiency. To this extent, the procurement of a port community system that will bring everybody together under one, a mini, I'll call it micro single window, is at the procurement stage. And as soon as that is done, we know that a lot of mileage will be scored. And importantly for exporters, we want to appeal that you take advantage of the improving conducive environment that is being created for logistics movement, particularly for shipment within the Lagos ports area. And we have also strengthened a very strong collaborative approaches to doing things that has brought a lot of ease of doing business with regards to export products and other type of activities within the port system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okaga. Mrs. Anyika, please.
Thank you, Rolake. As a passing shot, I would like to say that it's a new dawn in our sector. And in the master, we will continue to take advantage of the low-hanging fruits as we evolve. We are not where we want to be, but we are progressing. In the port, through the Western Zone, we have harmonized our checklist. We actually have compressed it. So we have a comprehensive team that go on board the vessel. Every department is represented in that team so that you don't have multiplicity of different departments going on board the same vessel, because NEMASA is one. Secondly, the agency is standing, solidly on its mandate for safer shipping, cleaner oceans, and, to make a very conducive environment for shipping. You know that transportation is the octopus that drives all the trade. So without transportation, you and I wouldn't have been here. For non-oil exports, we move it by sea. Even during COVID, the master was at work. So I will implore the organizer, Zenith Bank, you're doing very well, to look at inviting maybe Smidan, maybe at the next event, because we need to collaborate and synergize. We cannot continue to work at cross purposes. So if you need further information or inquiries regarding NEMASA, you go to www.nemasa.gov.ng. Every information you require about our activities, our regulatory functions, our promotional functions will be there. And then we are ever open to receive any inquiries that you may come. Our office is just close by here, 35 Adetokumba Demola Street. That is our new head office. It's a very posh place. Today is my birthday, so I wish myself happy birthday.
Thank you very much. And you're quite a formidable representative of the blue economy. Now, we talk about awakening the giant. I want to come to a giant of the agribusiness industry to please round off your closing words for us, Alhaji Adeniji.
My appeal will go to the representatives of the northern governors. We have a lot of opportunities in the north. Sesame seed can grow 3 times in a year in the north. We don't have any business with poverty and banditry in the north if you don't play politics with our lives. If there is irrigation system and you do this thing 3 times in a year, it is possible for us to eradicate, at least reduce poverty. Sesame seed sells now today at $1,500. And in 2.5 acres, you can have a ton of sesame seed. Convert to Naira, you see what a farmer can get. But it's terrible. I was in Jigawa State. We just acquired a land there. But nobody will go there because of banditry. So you need to please see how we can turn around our opportunities instead of waiting forever. The second one, Ms. Adira is my very close friend. But there are times you need to tell yourself the truth. I don't understand why, if I'm shipping my containers through the port, give it to APMT and to any shipping line. The normal thing is to weigh my containers and they give me the result. But today, I've written a letter to Nigeria Shippers Council because I asked the MPA, they said it's not their job. If I need my FGM to collect the weight of my good, I need to pay 37,000 naira per container. Does it make sense? It doesn't. These are the issues we have. And that is where we need the Shippers Council to help. And finally, Zenith Bank, you are doing very well. But you need to invest in backward integration. Ivory Coast has 31 million people. They produce 2 million tons of cocoa, and they produce 1,080,000 tons of cashew every year. The land mass of Ivory Coast is not up to Oyo and Ogun State together. Ghana produces 600 to 700,000 tons of cocoa. The population is 33 million. The entire Southwest is more than 42 million people. We produce only 250,000 tons, including Cross River State, in a year. And we are complaining about poverty. We need backward integration. We need your leverage on the government to help on two things, very important. One, why do we give all the land in the Southwest to Odua that doesn't use it for anything? Yes, you have Odua company that is in control of all the farm settlements established by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. We need that one to be done. And painfully, they promised us export expansion grant. We pay NES. I know of Starlink. We are paying NES more than 3 billion naira in this year because of our export value. But we have never gotten the export expansion grant for how many years? So these are things that are discouraging so many people, especially the younger generation, to come into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Closing on such a high note, emphasizing the importance of export backward integration. And I think for me, listening to the panel, there are 3 C's I wanted to mention here. We need to communicate more, we need to collaborate more, and we need clarity of rules and regulations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Please, a round of applause for our distinguished panelists as we ask them to rise for the group photo and as I invite our group MD and the executive directors of Zenith Bank PLC. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please do wait behind. We still have the vote of thanks and closing remarks from our executive director. Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause for our distinguished panelists. As we just wrap up, I think we've been asked to please briefly invite Dr. Joe Ita, the Director of Trade Information Department at the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, to give, if you like, a right of reply or to give his own very brief remarks, sir. Please welcome him as he comes on stage. I'm sure we can do better than that, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the MC. Good afternoon, the GMD. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. I think To be given the opportunity to speak now, as we're rounding off, is a rare privilege. And I want to say that my principal, the Executive Director, CEO of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Noye Ayeni, had planned to be here, but for duty call. As we speak, she is in China with the president.
Sorry, sir, just 1 second. Sorry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if we could just maybe pipe down for a minute to give our speaker from the NEPC just a few minutes to give his closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming to my help, my MC. I was really struggling to get the attention of the audience. I have said that my Chief Executive Officer is in China right now and would have loved to be here. So I'm representing her. To be candid, it would have been a great disservice if NEPC never had the opportunity to say a word here. And so I thank Zenith Bank for the opportunity to speak. And I can say for free that for the past editions of the non-oil export seminar, please, should I mention names? Fasheru, please can you people help us? I've singled you out. Yes, thank you. I think it would have been a disservice if NEPC never had to say a word here. Considering all the panelists and the key speakers, there hasn't been any time that NEPC was not mentioned. So it shows that we are at the center. And I was saying that we've always been very active in this space. For the past 8 editions of the non-oil export seminar. NEPC considers what Zenith Bank is doing as very important, and even for the fact that they're helping us to do our job for us. For the records, the United Nations Conference for Trade Development has it that merchandise exports, the whole world globally, comes to $24.3 trillion. Out of this, Africa is commanding $665 billion in merchandise exports. And what that translates to is 2.46% alone. For Nigeria, out of this merchandise export, we have just $63 billion. That is less than 0.24%. But South Africa alone is taking 123 billion. What does that speak? Out of this $63 billion merchandise export, we were only able to get $2.5 billion for 2022. That is from the UNCTAD Book of Statistics. But in reawakening or awakening exports, what is happening there, the sector, I think what Zenith Bank is doing is fully what will speak to it. For Nigerian Export Promotion Council, we have what we call NEPC Exports 35 Redefined. And you cannot chase all the products that has been mentioned because you want to export. So we felt that 20 of the products that has been mentioned here, going into 5 regions or countries with 10 exporters, including this sterling that we are mentioning, has to be areas of our concentration. And how do we concentrate there? Is to talk to standards, is to talk to certification, packaging and labeling. We have the programs that have been mentioned here around domestic export warehouse, export trade houses, and all that. I think what Zenith Bank is doing, they have to do more. For what I've heard, they have 353 branches across the nation. What NEPC proposes is to have all export desks for these banks. And Zenith Bank, leading with what they do with the export proceeds, which we always take it as a pride to say anywhere we go. For the first quarter of this year alone, they have 1.1 billion US dollars that they have contributed to. And it is not just coming. It is coming because for the 43.09 NXPs that they are controlling, they show that they are participating and helping exporters to get there. What we think should also be done has been spoken of. Most importantly, like the de-risking that we are talking of, we also feel that Zenith Bank will have to partner with NEPC the more. I have seen things happening around the capacity building, also in giving out loans with low interest. We think all those will help us a great deal. I've heard mention being made about export expansion grant. I think I need to speak to that also. Alaji, is he gone? Starlink, Alaji Starlink and other exporters here, you don't have any cause for alarm. You don't have any fear because recently we have called for baseline submission. And what does that mean? With the submission of the baseline, we are working on paying the backlog of what the export expansion grant does for the exporters. So, in a nutshell, I think Nigerian Export Promotion Council is very glad to be identified with what is going on here with the Zenith Bank. I can also mention for free that after the 43.09% of the NXP contributed by Zenith Bank, the next bank is doing only very paltry 2.56%. And so Zenith Bank will always be the lead. But my last word, in using what they use as their motto, I think it is in our own interest. It's our own interest for all the players in the value chain of non-export, non-oil export, the NIMASA, the Shippers Council, the Standard Organization, the NAQS. It is in our own interest to come together to work so that we can keep non-oil export awake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe Ita of the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. I'm now going to invite Executive Director Henry Oro to please give the vote of thanks. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I thought we need a very powerful applause to every participant in today's program. Can we give everyone a very good applause? Thank you very much. You agree with me, it's been a very thought-provoking and enlightening program. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I believe today we have taken a giant step in the right direction. I can assure everyone here that every question, every issue that has been raised here, we have taken notes. And like every other edition of this export seminar, this seminar has become a policy adjusting seminar for our country. Flowing from this seminar, we are going to engage with every stakeholder, with the government, with the regulators. Every stakeholder we are going to engage to see how we can shape policy for the betterment of export in our country. That is the assurance we give you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to our founder and chairman, Jim Ovia, CFRO, for giving us this platform, this bank, that has become a global financial services platform. We cannot thank him enough, not only for what he is for Zenith Bank, especially for what he is for our country, for our continent, and for humanity as a whole. Please join me appreciate this rare gem, this special man called Wazobia. Please join me celebrate him. Thank you very much. I would like also to express our appreciation to our group MD CEO. Madam, thank you very much for the energy, the drive, and the leadership you give to us. We appreciate you so very much. Can we appreciate our adorable Adora? Thank you very much, Group CEO. A special vote of thanks goes to our distinguished keynote speakers and our panelists. You agree with me that they've done a very, very good job today. You agree with me? I like these questions that came from the Nigerian Shippers Council. Of course, our Segun Awolowo asked some very serious questions. We have taken note of all that. You know, every panelist here has brought some level of contribution, some level of insight to how we can improve our export, non-oil export in Nigeria. And I can tell you the numbers will continue to improve, and Zenith Bank will continue to stay in the leadership to grow non-oil export out of this country. Thank you so very much. For time, I'd like also to thank members of the audience. The very special man today is a man in the audience, because your contribution, your role, has been very, very helpful in promoting this program. Thank you so very much. And for our friends online, we thank you for staying through with us. Thank you so very much. We appreciate all of you guys for your contribution in this seminar. Let me not forget the committee that put this together. Where's Kelechi Ogwaku? Please, can we appreciate Kelechi and the indefatigable lady? Thank you very much. Thank you. We have Justin Oshogbo. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Justin Oshogbo. Acha. Let's appreciate Acha. And members of the committee that has put this together. I can tell you a lot of logistics, a lot of planning, a lot of execution went into all this. And a lot of you did so many things. We appreciate all of you for the various role you play to make this happen. And I want to thank every member here, every corporate member from the corporate Nigeria here, every exporter, a lot of friends have been in the house all day, and they've stayed with us all day. We want to thank all of you. We cannot thank you enough. Thank you so very much. And for the representative of the various excellencies that couldn't make it here, and we are aware our president is in China, and a lot of the state governors are there, but they've been ably represented by their directors and their commissioners. We'd like to thank you so very much for your attendance. We appreciate your presence, and we appreciate your coming in spite of your other schedules. Thank you so very much. The engagement continues. It doesn't stop here. So from time to time, I can assure you, members of our team will be talking to you on how we can shape policy, and please feel very free to attend to us when we come to you. Before we go, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. I know Rolake mentioned it very briefly. The Zenith Bank capital raise has about 3 days to go. Segun Awolowo said we should join Zenith Bank to happen. I can tell you Zenith Bank is already happening. Do you agree with me? Yes. Zenith Bank is already what? Happening. We have 3 or 4 days to go to the capital raise. By the 9th of September, we bring it to a close. Only last week, we released our half-year result. And I'm sure we all saw that result. And I'm sure it's a beautiful result, isn't it? Year on year, top line over 100% growth. Year on year, bottom line PBT over 100% growth. As a matter of fact, your PBT for half year 2024 is double your PBT for the similar period 2023. Your PBT, that is Zenith Bank PBT for half year 2024, is as good as the PBT for the whole year 2023. And arising from that, we have paid an interim dividend of ₦1 per share, the highest you can get in the industry so far. I thought that is a very beautiful thing. So I said that to say that we promised you value, and value we are already delivering. So I'd like to invite all of us, let's take all of our right issues, all right, and join Zenith Bank as we ride to grow value, and we grow together. Thank you so very much. God bless you, and have a beautiful day. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as is our tradition in here, would you please rise for the national anthem closing rendition? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been great. Have a wonderful day.